Rawr, rawr, that's supposed to be a wolf. I cannot do a wolf, obviously. I'm not very good at making animal sounds. I would not make a good see and say. I can barely even do a human. Welcome, everybody, to what day is this? Tuesday. I thought today was when. Oh, because I was up very early in the morning, and it was Tuesday, so then it won't work. I thought today was Wednesday. Okay, that's a brain glitch. Um, Today I want to talk about. Well, this is a good topic. I like this topic, especially for men and men's mental health, and a lot of things. A lot of what we see on the panelverse. Yesterday on one of the streams, this conversation came up about there being a new bubble forming around the events of the shooting and the fist. The fist really worked at what it like on a primal level in my brain, that on an archetypal level, and just on an actual level too. Just watching it happen. That was powerful, especially when. And I don't know how my mic is, by the way. This is the one I have to keep adjusting. Especially when it looks like they say that the only reason he survived is he happened to tilt his head. Like he wasn't even supposed to survive. Just pure luck that he tilted his head. And so that he was even able to get up and do the fist just by this much of a hair. We watched a man escape literally by the skin of his teeth and then get up within seconds and be able to. You know what? Even if it was a performance, it was the right performance at the right time, and I'm here for it. I bought it. It worked on me, and so we talked about the bubble. I've kind of been in the bubble. I left the left during 2020, George Floyd, the Seattle riots, the Chaz. I was watching the Evergreen protests that year, the Benjamin Boyce documentary, and a lot. It was happening to a lot of us, and this is also the path that J.D. Vance took as well. I want to share a J.D. Vance quote in just a second. Um, just noticing the way the left started treating people like me, started treating men, started treating straight men, like groups that were solidly part of the left started becoming targets for this new wave of leftists with this kind of new shift in ideology or new emphases within the ideology. And so he kind of left the left and ended up on the right side. So he went through that journey or that shift earlier than mine. But I very much relate to that. And so a lot of us found ourselves in this kind of political wilderness during 2020 and kind of beyond. And neither side was really speaking for us or representing us. And my journey through the wilderness kind of shifted me more toward the right. I consider myself center right, still an enlightened centrist. Um, and I gradually found myself in the Panelverse, communities like the Crucible, P.F. Young's Enlightened Centrism channel, and I started meeting completely different people that I had met on the left, and I liked them. I liked them a lot. They were comfortable for me. I mentioned last year when I went back to Louisiana for a few weeks for a visit. Um, that's the first time I'd been back home in 15 years. I had been in Seattle, Washington State the whole time. And the difference between the two cultures could not be more night and day. They were relaxed. They were not uptight. They weren't stressed out about everything going on in the world. They were able to focus on the moment. And like all they talked, no one ever talked about the news or anything. And this was around the time Israel was in the news a lot. I never heard Israel mentioned one time. They were talking about people they knew, their kids, their relatives, people in their lives. They were eating, drinking, having a good time. It was such a refreshing break from the neurosis and the hysteria that I see on social media and that's everywhere up here in Washington State about everything. And it made me realize immediately, like I need to live in a red state. I think they're more friendly to my values. I just feel more relaxed in them. I think they're more friendly to masculine values in general. And so I'm kind of enjoying this new bubble that I'm in, that I found. I feel like I finally come out of, and I could be deluding myself. This happens all the time. I could be over idealizing, romanticizing, but I feel like I've come out of that wilderness, that political homelessness, and kind of settled into a camp, a bubble. And these are the people that I want to build a society with and a civilization with. Um, and I haven't had that in a while. I haven't had that in years. And so I want to take advantage of that. I want to take advantage of this bubble. And I have some very specific ways that I think I could do that, that I want to share. So yeah, lone wolves. Um, I've always been kind of a lone wolf. I call myself part feral. I grew up in the country, kind of wild and free. And I was civilized enough to function in the little town I grew up in. And I was very civilized. I was in Boy Scouts. I was an altar boy. I was president of the 4-H club. So I was civilized enough to do all of that and do it well. I was respected in every one of those organizations. But I still have that kind of wild side. And there's a concept out there in pop psychology called the Sigma male that I very much relate to. And that's kind of what lone wolves are. Sigma males are kind of the modern version of lone wolves and an attempt to refine the concept further. Now, keep in mind, this is all pop psych. I'm not asserting any scientific validity to any of this. This is just stories. This is just a way of seeing, putting the world together. If it makes sense, if it's helpful, use it. Um, I've always been so the Sigmas kind of live outside of hierarchies. And well, we'll get to that. Let's see, let's examine what a Sigma male is. I asked the AIs, and this is what they gave me. It's an internet term, first of all. I think it came out around 2010, and then there was maybe a book in 2014 or 16. Um, it says, here's a breakdown of the concept: the lone wolf. Sigma males are often seen as independent and self sufficient loners who don't conform to social norms. Hmm. Like somebody who's an outlier. They're comfortable being on their own and don't crave constant social interaction. I am fine being by myself. I always have been. I grew up, like I said, I was the oldest, so I had a lot of alone time before the siblings came along. So I grew up being able to have a lot of independence when I needed it. I could go run around and play outside and do whatever I wanted. I could go in my room and read books, or I could interact with the group. I had siblings to play with, neighborhood kids, etc. So I could easily move, and I consider myself an ambivert today. I can easily move between a lot of isolation and introversion when I need it, and a lot of socialization and extroversion when I need it. And even at school on the playground at recess, like in like first grade, um, I can remember like sometimes I would play with the other kids, and then sometimes I was like wandering around the playground doing my own thing, like playing my own thing in my head. And so I've always kind of done both. I was never part of an existing really rigid structural hierarchy, or let's say group dynamics. But I'm not so much lone wolf that I'm ready to go out in the wilderness by myself. I would at least need an internet connection and be able to have this. This feeds my need for the extroversion. It says not quite alpha. While they share some characteristics with alpha males like confidence and assertiveness, they aren't driven by the need to lead or dominate others. That is absolutely true in my case. I hate controlling people or telling people what to do. I hate even having to do it. If I'm having to tell you what to do, something's gone off somewhere because I rely on you to be your own sovereign and govern yourself. And so as adults, we get to be ourselves and interact at when we talked about the porcupines, the hedgehogs, at whatever comfortable distance we determine is optimal for us. Um, I was going to do a whole stream on leadership one day, and I still may because it's something I struggle with. And I part of what I'm trying to do here is leadership or a form of leadership. In fact, hang on. There is an actual, if I can find it, I'll look for it later. There's a quote about leadership that one of my teachers actually wrote about me that when I read it to this day, it's uncanny how prescient it was. Um, oh, hey, Plasma. Oh, I'm not supposed to look at comments. My squirrels. Okay. Hey, Moose, Chuck. Moose and Chuck, I'm glad you're here because I have plans for the two of you. What was I talking about? Oh, it doesn't matter. Let me just get back on track. Oh, leadership. That like teaching in the classroom was a form of leadership. Working in mental health, especially when the kind of work I do, because nobody else knows how to do it, is helping other people learn how to do it. So that's a form of leadership. But the point is, I find myself in positions of leadership, whether I want to be in them or not, whether I fully embrace them or not, whether I embrace myself as a leader or not, or identify as a leader, which I don't. I'm a collaborator. I'm like one person in the band. I don't want to be the band. I want to be one component of a larger unit. Um, I still need to recognize and acknowledge when I need to use leadership skills and draw on those skills. And when I look back, I realize a lot of those programs they had me in that school I went to was kind of a leader. That's what they were training for is leadership. So I have those principles to draw on when I need to, but I don't have a need to lead or dominate. I would much prefer everybody decide on their own what's best for them and then implement that. If they need my help, great. I love to help. I love to collaborate. I love to give support and help. If somebody's trying to do something, I like to be that person that helps. Like we're gonna look at this chart. Well, we'll look at it later. Let me get back to Sigmas. And then there's this thing about it says confidence, but on their own terms. Sigma males are described as having a quiet confidence and don't necessarily seek validation from others. Yes, I have always been that way. I have never cared what other people thought of me. I knew at a very early age who I was, what I was doing, why I was doing it. I didn't need other people. If other people had opinions about that, that's all they were because I knew what was going on with me more than anybody else around me did. And so I learned not to take people's opinions seriously. And then when it came to the gay thing, and this was a small town, so everybody had an opinion on gay. What it was, what caused it, was it a real thing, what it was like to be gay, how I should be gay. And I'm like, none of these people are gay. I'm the gay one here. I know better than any of them about gayness. I just ignored them. I learned very early that the people around me were kind-hearted, well-meaning, but not particularly bright or intelligent or well informed. Um, so I learned not to like their opinions just were not reliable about anything. So that I just in one and out the other. So I've always been confident in my own identity and my own self. And um we talked about that identity construct like validation, affirmation, affiliation, affinity. For specific identities, I think things like validation are important. Having somebody's autism validated because some people will gaslight these days, and if you don't have an official diagnosis, um, then you're not officially autistic. You're trying to milk it or use it or identify into the category for and self-diagnosis is completely valid. People that are weird and different know they are weird and different. We know it. We know that we're different. So trying to gaslight us like, "Oh no, you're really normal. You just think you're different. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not autistic." Um and again, that's something else he used to do at gay too, try to convince us that we weren't really gay. So for those reasons, I think some external validation, like we do grow from that intersubjective process of getting mirroring from the outside world is one of the ways we grow and develop. So I don't think we can. I think if we completely isolate, we stunt our growth, we stagnate, we cut off paths and opportunities for future development. So I think even if you're 100% lone wolf, having some kind of human contact when you need it is still going to be important. But I think the ideal more is to find like a pack or a community of lone wolves, a community of individuals, not a collective. And that's what I'm trying to do here, or like with the community. Um, so they describe the way Sigmas interface with the hierarchy, and it says Sigma male, we exist outside the system. That is completely true. Like the day I showed up in Head Start, I was outside that whatever system they had set up for kid, I was already outside of it. Sigma males are portrayed, they're not driven to be the leader, alpha, nor the supportive follower. That's right. I am not a follower. I will follow you if I trust your expertise, that you know what you're talking about, and that you can get me to the goal I'm trying to get to. So I will respect the competence hierarchy, or I will respect expertise if I'm persuaded that you have it. But outside of that, don't try to tell me what to do. Don't try to socialize me. Don't try to groom me. Don't try to gently nudge me or guide me back into the societal guardrails. None of that exists for me. They march to the beat of their own drum, prioritizing independence and self sufficiency. It's looking like this is more and more of a personality type. And I talked about the challenger, the Enneagram 8 type, the challenger, and I tied it into what I call the satanic personality type or temperament. So all of this is looking like there's this certain personality type that these qualities might apply to. Um, while they might possess some alpha like confidence, they lack the alpha's need for dominance and social control. So the way I describe it like this, I can be alpha when I need to. In the BDSM world, I call myself an alpha sub, which means you're not going to dominate me unless A, you can actually dominate me, which very few people can, or I accept, I consent to have like you impress me enough that you have the ability to do that, that I collaborate in it. Outside of that, if you're gonna try to dominate me, hang on, I gotta sneeze. Oh, I just got dominated by my own body. If you're gonna dominate me and I'm not in a consensual dominance relationship with you, you better do your best. We're gonna get into the ring, and I'll tell you right now, people almost always lose. So good luck trying to dominate me. Um, I'm not trying to dominate other people, but I'm sure as hell not looking to be dominated by total strangers either, or really anybody, unless I consent to it. Their confidence comes from within, not from external validation or leading the pack. That's that internal locus of control that I keep talking about. And Sigmas kind of move in and out of the hierarchy. And the alpha beta hierarchy is another pop psychology social construct. It's just a framework for exploring these issues. I'm not asserting any sort of correspondent reality to it. Um, you have the leaders, the followers, and Steve, that comes on the panel sometimes, has a very, I think, more nuanced and realistic view of alphas. They're not actually the bossy leaders that tell everybody what to do. Those monkeys don't last very long. The true alphas have a completely different way of leading, and they may not always be the obvious. Like what you might think is the alpha in the tribe may not be what the actual alpha is. So sigmas kind of move in and out of the hierarchy. Some, if we need to follow, sometimes we follow. I can I can show up at any point in the hierarchy that I choose to at any time when it's needed. And there's times when I need to come in and take the leadership over the alpha because they don't know what they're doing. And so I can come in and take that scepter from him long enough to do my thing. Or if there's times that I need to completely just give up control and let this person take, I can do that too. But it's determined by the situation and the context, and it's determined by me. Um, Hopefully, some of these ideas of Sigma, the Sigma is resonating with you and sounding very familiar because I think with this stream and a lot of the streams do, I think it draws these types of Sigmas, and I like that. I want more of them. Um, it says, unlike alphas who thrive on social validation and leadership, because alphas are in a dialectic with the beta, with the people that they're leaders are in dialectic with the people they lead. Sigmas are doing their own thing. I've described it before as like how ants, they all follow the trail, and sigmas are like following their own little ant trail. And sometimes it intersects with the group trail. Sometimes it wanders off on its own, and you just have to let us do our thing. Sigmas can navigate social interactions effectively and can exhibit traits of both alphas and betas when necessary, but they do not seek long-term involvement in these roles. Correct. I don't like to get rigidly locked into a role. I need that flexibility, unless I choose to. If it's in a relationship or a job position, as long as I'm being fulfilled in that role and it's producing good results, I can commit to it and stay in it long term. Nonconformity. Sigmas often reject the established social norms and structures, choosing instead to live by their own rules and principles. And it's not even so much that I reject them, I don't even notice them. Like I said, I showed up at Head Start out of the box, not fitting into the system. So the way I evaluate social norms is, do they match me? Do they match the norms that I already have? A friend described it once as people like us come pre-written with, like, we already have stuff written into our brains. And so when people try to socialize us, they're already they're competing with something that's we have been already socialized into something of our own somehow. And so it competes with that. And so do the social norms match me? Do they fit me? If not, I don't care about them. I don't perceive them in the first place. If they're not norms that are going to work for me, I'm not going to waste my time learning them because they're not my norms. I'm not going to be successful in that environment. I just need to go find one that matches my norms or create my own or find other people with my norms and we all create something. It says, while they can be leaders, they do so on their own terms and often in less conventional ways compared to alphas. I got to find that quote. Um, it'll be worth it. I just got to remember where I put it. All right, I think it's here. Well, it's something like one of my teachers wrote. They had to fill out this questionnaire, and it was about leadership. Like, does Jeff show leadership in the classroom? And he wrote, he leads by disruption! Exclamation point, like being sarcastic. And then after that, he wrote something like, but I suppose that is a type of leadership in a way. And I think about that so much because that is how I end up leading. I go into an environment, I find all the things wrong with it. I start trying to do it better ways, and everybody freaks out. The whole thing gets disrupted and thrown off. But I actually am, what I'm trying to do actually is the way forward if they want to go beyond what they're doing now. So I do lead by disruption. I'm going to come in and fuck everything up, and from the ashes of that chaos is where the new better thing is going to start to emerge. That's kind of a satanic way to lead too. I like that. Let me see if there's anything else. Okay, here's a few more qualities of Sigma. um They often come across as enigmatic or mysterious because they don't conform to typical social roles or behaviors. I would like to see the Sigma more normalized, at least as a concept, to where when people encounter men or any gender, I'm not assuming women don't have their type of hierarchy too. Um, that they're like, oh, okay, that's the Sigma. I know what to do with this one, and they don't try to like force us into a hierarchy that we were not made to fit in the first place. They can navigate various social situations but choose not to be tied down by them. The concept of the Sigma male or the lone wolf is part of a broader discussion on social dynamics and personality archetypes, but it is important to note that these classifications are more pop psychology than scientific. Yeah, just like MBTI and Enneagram and all that other stuff, but I still offer them in case they're useful. Um, so I came across something today or yesterday that I liked it. It hit me. It resonated. It said that you are the five people that you spend your most time with. You are the sum total of the effect of the five people that you most spend time with. And there's some so I want to try to find I want to find five people. And I don't really have people in my real life, so they're probably going to be StreamYard people or Panelverse people. I want to find five people that I can start to spend the majority of my time around or like prioritize the time I spend with them to see what effect that has. I want to pick at least five. Not that there can't be more than five, but at least five. And here's what some of the suggestions for how to choose that five are. Um, are successful in the way that you want to be successful. So somebody that's probably working in mental health or men's work that's kind of already has experience in that or is grounded in that. Maybe somebody that can help me take mine to the next level, etc. They want to hold you accountable and be held accountable. I have my own version of accountability, but I could accept something like that. Are willing to say things to you that need to be said. I don't think people understand how truly, truly valuable this is. And that's why I try to give it to as many people as I can. Growing up, I got no feedback at all, other than negative, like nagging and irritation and Jeff, God, why are you doing this? Stop doing that. But I didn't get any useful feedback that would help me learn. It wasn't until high school I had one teacher. She was my theater teacher, and she also taught at the school I went to. And in fact, she kind of became my adopted mom. I lived with her for a little while I was finishing up high school. Um, she was so blunt and direct. She just like told you like it was. She didn't sugarcoat. She didn't bullshit. If you were fucking up, she'd be like, "Stop fucking. You're fucking up. Stop it. Cut it out. Stop fucking up, kid." I no, I that is what I needed from so I needed someone to be that blunt and direct with me because if they're trying to like cat is off the roof it or gradually I'm not going to pick up on it. I need somebody to say it as blunt, like to really hit me over the head with a club and make it as bright and neon and as electric as possible so it will wake my brain up and burn into my brain. That's how socially retarded I am. And so I don't know if people get a lot of that in the modern world where everybody's kind of playing secret survivor and you never really know when somebody's we even talk about this on the panel. When is somebody really who they are and when are they doing a bit or um so people that can say what needs to be said and or I can babysit my own feelings. Nobody has to be worried about my feelings or my reactions. Whatever they are, I think I've demonstrated I can manage my emotional reactions. I can learn from them. I can extract whatever information I need to. So all you really need to do is say what's on your mind. Just don't be self-conscious. Just let it out. However it comes out, we'll deal with it. Just get it out. And it's really hard getting people to do that, but that is the most helpful thing to me. And when I find people that could do that, they're like gold. People that have the time, desire, and capacity to work together. This is important because remember I did that thing on commitment the other day. They have to have the commitment. And the panelverse, that's going to be easy because there are actually people that do it, commit to the panelverse like 30 hours a day. And that reciprocity where it's not just one-sided, like one person's doing all the giving, etc. There's this balance of like whatever you give, at least something comes back. Um, and avoid people who are not producing results in their life, not taking accountability. People pleasers, people that that don't speak freely and truthfully, people that hold back. Those people that, in fact, several of the relationship breakdowns that you've seen on here, a lot of them revolved around people withholding, like putting on one face, but behind that face there was something else actually going on that they were holding back, and that is the worst thing you can do to me. Like I tell people all the time, I tell supervisors, I tell coworkers, one of my biggest pet peeves is if you have a problem with me and I find out 2 weeks later instead of when you had the problem, because that's 2 whole weeks that went by. The closer it happens to the problem, if you could point it out right away, that's the best because I can look at it in the moment and see it as it's happening. But the fresher it is in time, the more I'm going to be able to observe it and understand what you're talking about when you describe it. If you wait 2 weeks for it to come out, I'm not gonna. The first thing I'm gonna think the whole time is, wait, you knew about this so for 2 weeks you had this problem with me, and the whole time you were pretending like nothing's wrong. I can't trust you anymore. That's gonna be my first initial reaction. Um, so that correlates with those people that can speak freely and directly. People that have limited time, energy, etc. People that just don't have the time for this. And so it says 3 to 5 men. I'm gonna shoot for 5, but and another thing I'm looking for is, and all 5 of these don't have to be this, but as many of these as I can get, at least a few, is mentorship, and this is something that we use in men's work a lot. Um, Mentors are people that they've been where you're trying to go, and so they have the perspective that can kind of guide you to get to the level that you're going. They can provide insight, guidance, etc. Um, so that's where I'm at with the lone wolf thing, being a lone wolf, knowing that the lone wolves, this kind of little lone wolf watering hole, which is great because that's what I'm trying to make it. And because I'm in this new bubble and because I have this little lone wolf community that's starting to develop, I want to start really, I want to be the total of at least 5 of them that represent what I'm trying to be. So this is that second factor. The first factor is biology. I can't do anything about my body. It is what it is. I have very little control over it, but I can do something about the people I expose myself to. And one more time, I never get tired of showing this chart. The spectrum of self-determination, and you have these little red arrows that move you down and kind of block you or put resistance on you crossing this threshold of independence and achieving self-determination. And then you have the green arrows that help move you upward to where you're trying to go. So I'm trying to find, and internally we have our own green and red arrow too. And I've always had a strong green arrow. I'm trying to avoid the red arrows that push me in the direction I'm not trying to go, and I'm trying to find the green arrows that will help push me where I want to go and to be a green arrow for people that are trying to go in the same direction. And so that is what I'm looking for, my green arrows. Let me catch up on comments and then I'll throw in a link. Jeff, Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of you lately. It's very refreshing. It's a, like a norm. I don't know, a normality. It's like, oh, good, Jeff's here. Things are more normal now. Hey, Ticky Tack, Plasma, Philip. Um, you're gonna have to tell me what that correlated with. I don't remember. Yeah, my style of leadership, and this was the one that was used with me because people like me take a totally different. You can't just order us around and tell us what to do. It was very hands off. It was very like, what are you trying to do, and how can I help you do that? And I'm a resource if you need it. Come and find me. Other than that, do your thing. If it starts to cause a problem, I'll let you know. But feel free in the meantime to have a lot of creative freedom and latitude because the assumption is that whatever you're trying to do, you're closer to the thing than I am, and so you better know how to do it than I do. So I would rather give you that autonomy to execute what you're good at doing. I love that, Zato. That just lit me up just now when I saw that. I am the genius of myself. It's very Whitman. It's very Emerson. It's very Satan. I give it 3 snaps down, I guess. Down is up. Down is good. Hey, Bex. Oh, let me get that link. I don't know what the rates are. I do think that it's less than other groups. And there's reasons for that, just internal to men themselves. So it's not like oppression or anybody's fault. I I I, I want to normalize, like destigmatize, and not even necessarily therapy, because it's not therapy itself that's the barrier. It's just the idea of opening up and being vulnerable in the first place. So I'm trying to normalize that, model that. I'm trying to make it okay for like men come on this show all the time and do that, and it's fine, and they get a lot of support for it. Yeah, absolutely. Like verbally beat, not necessarily physically, but I'm really dense about here's it's one of two things. I either know it already because I'm really smart and I've picked it up faster than probably the person trying to tell it to me, or it's the retarded part of me that's so dense I do need it beat into my head with a club. It's one of those two options. There's no middle. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. I just want to say I'm glad to see the antlers are back, and it looks like you put them on straighter than they were the last
Yeah, I'm
time.
trying to get better at it. Um, get a little more polished and refined.
By the way, that shirt is banging. Where'd you get that
Oh,
thing?
I had a whole collection when I converted. Like my whole wardrobe was Sate shirts. I just ordered as many as I could find.
That's a good one, though. I like that one.
The camo, yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah, yeah.
So what's been going on with you?
Nothing, man. I
Working.
gotta go. I gotta bring someone to physical therapy later. So that's my whole day.
Oh, that's very cool.
Huh?
I said that's very cool.
No,
That
it's
like
just,
giving back and doing something for somebody outside of yourself.
well, if you want to look at it that way, yeah.
I mean, I don't know the details, but just in general, I think it's anything that connects us to something outside of ourselves.
Yeah. Well, I've always followed since I was a little kid. Really, I've been interested in samurai,
Oh yeah.
and I've always followed a kind of samurai type mentality. And the name Bushido, which is the code of the samurai, and samurai, the word itself means to serve. You know,
Oh.
to serve because they were the warriors for the Lord, and their job was to serve the Lord, to live and die at the Lord's command, you know. So,
That's so well, I guess, like, some of our military is like that. That's so foreign to my psychology, but you gotta
Well,
admire that kinda loyalty.
if you're loyal to, let's say it's your family or your, you know, maybe in an extreme case, your friends, where you would give your life for them, or at least do everything you could at your own expense for them. You know,
Who is this?
who?
W I missed part of what you said. Of who would you do this for? Oh, you're talking about
Well,
the people that would die for their leaders?
no, through your family or your friends.
Oh, yeah, I've definitely had people I have people now that I have that relationship with.
Eh, I bet you do. So,
Yeah. I guess it's just that on a larger scale.
well, to me, it's a smaller scale because it's like, it's to me, it's just about a small group of people. But you know what I mean? Like, maybe you don't know what I mean.
Were we still talking about the samurais?
Well, yes and no. I mean, just the mentality of serving other people, you know.
Oh, that I definitely get. Uh, hang on, let me get ticky tack. Yes, every time, 100%. I love assholes who tell the truth. 100% every time. Nice guys that lie, I don't. I want as many of them out of my environment as I could possibly find. Those people cause me nothing but trouble. I will take an asshole that tells the truth any day.
Hmm.
Um. Oh, here's Moose. I I cannot do the complete lone wolf thing. I cannot go out by myself and just leave complete because I have too much of an urge to help. I can't help it. I have to. That's a part of me that needs to be fulfilled. So I can't fully separate from people. I have this need to be helpful and be of service when I can, and it's just as strong as the need to be independent.
Well, the human being is a social animal, you know.
Yeah, including me, including the weirdos and the misfits and the freaks. We're still social animals. Hey, Moose. Speaking of animals.
Hey, what's going on, man? I think what lone wolf is for us is, for me at least, is I'm able to bring to the table my own thing. Like I can move off from this pack right here, and I can bring my own, with me wherever I go.
Yeah.
So I think that's what's most important. Is some people are, coming here and they're not really bringing anything to the table, but they're distractions, or trying to just, they're just not like on the mission. They're on a different mission.
Yeah, that's a very gracious, diplomatic way to say it.
What do you mean they're on a different mission?
Like, you can tell that when you came up here, you want to be here. You add to the conversation. You respond instead of react, and you're not trying to. Uh, how do I say it right? I mean, basically, you're not fucking around. I guess. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know how to really like. There's just some people, who spend a lot of time having fun. I guess.
Yeah.
I I mean that's fine. It people that there's nothing wrong with just having fun and enjoying life, but
There's no.
it's
There's no.
people that want something more like other than that or more than that. And we're gonna have that too. Like that's definitely not excluded. It's just that plus something else.
No, I think I tried to be too safe with it. So we're gonna be lost in the sauce on that one. I'm gonna wash that whole clarification away on you guys.
Oh, I'm confused now.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell
Because
he's talking.
I totally got what you were saying, especially about Zato.
Oh,
What
if you
But
about
understood it,
me?
then all
What,
right.
you
Then
think I'm here to fuck with you?
no, he's saying you're not. Like
Oh, okay.
we can tell that you're one of those people that are not.
Oh, okay.
You are here in good faith
Yeah. Thank
for
you.
the
all
same
right.
reasons that we are.
I was saying that I wasn't just like blibbering. I don't know. I'm looking for something while I'm doing this, so that's why my brain is kind of scattered. Carry on, folks.
Oh, no problem. Hey, machine. Yippee, yippee ki to you too.
First, enter your PIN to unlock the device.
Oh, wait, somebody needs to mute. Hang on.
No, you know what that is? You just said something and it set off my phone.
No, that was yours? Just from my voice? Oh,
Yeah,
your pin to unlock the phone. I thought Moose was like at an ATM or something. Do they have ATMs anymore?
I've never heard that before, to be honest. I don't even know. You didn't say anything that even remotely had
Wow.
anything to do with the phone fucking coming on. So I don't understand.
Oh my
Maybe they're
God, I just pulled up the news to see if there's anything. And Bob Menendez just was found guilty on all charges in federal corruption trial.
Well, did you hear
Democrat.
somebody shot Trump's other ear today?
Is that a joke?
Yes.
Oh.
All right, there we go. Now I got the headphones on.
Wow, this other than Bob Menendez, this looks like a very slow news day for 2 or 3 days after the presidential candidate just got shot.
It's
Not
pretty
much going
weird,
on.
right?
Who
I
the
guess
hell?
all the convention, like doing convention things, so it kind of set it back to normal pretty quickly.
Who's Bob Menendez?
He was a Democratic senator that got indicted on corruption charges, and they just found him guilty.
Oh, I'm so surprised. Sarcastic.
Well, there was a couple weeks ago, I made a post about a Republican senator who uses taxpayer money to fly out of the country to fuck little children, and nobody even responded to the post. It was a
That's
night.
quite an allegation.
It wasn't an allegation. It's actually like it's in the courts.
Oh, he's still serving?
Like I don't know what happened after it, but I just know that they were investigating where the money was. You know what I mean? Where he got his money from and his traveling expenses, right? So he gets his travel expenses paid. So I don't know what happened to him or anything from there, but it was found out that he was having sex with underage uh, individuals, and he was doing it on the taxpayer dime, whether he was paying for it directly or if he was just buying the tickets. I'm not 100% sure, but I know it's 100% true. I could get his name and everything.
Yeah, I could look him up if you have the name.
I'll go get it when I go back inside.
The Menendez was found guilty on. He took bribes, and listen to this. It was bribes of cash and gold bars to benefit the governments of Egypt and Qatar. So it was on
Gold
behalf of foreign
bars.
governments.
Gold
Yeah,
bars.
gold bars. Here, if we give you these gold bars, will you vote this way or get this pushed through
Oh
for our
man,
country that's not the United States?
what a jackass! But I guess despite public humiliation, he still has that much gold.
Yep. And if you pay for a house in gold, you don't have to pay property tax because you actually own the house.
Yeah. Well, no, you have to pay property tax even if you own the house, don't you?
No, because you don't actually own the house. When you get the mortgage or whatever, and you sign all the papers, if you read through the documentation, you're pretty much just a steward of the property.
Well, I can believe that.
You have to actually have it's called an alloidial title. You have to have an alloidial title, and that means that it's your property.
How do you get that?
Paying gold. And then you have to figure out where you're going to get that title from, and you're going to have to figure out who knows about it because it's much like a company where you have to call the receptionist, and the receptionist doesn't know shit, so she's got to send you to this person who doesn't know shit, so they got to send you to this person who doesn't know shit, and by the time you're there, you've either like become exhausted or you really want it.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna get that name of the senator for you.
Okay, I'm reading about allodial titles now. It seems like they don't really do them anymore. Like it's more of a historical thing. They do it in some countries.
Yeah, this
I mean,
country, they just come in and take your land if they want it.
Yeah, eminent
yeah.
domain. But and there's something called fee simple, which is more the English and the US way. And fee simple, the rights of fee simple are limited by government powers of taxation, compulsory purchase, which is eminent domain, police power, and escheat. And this is the thing. This is the issue. We have a fee simple system, and people are wanting that more allodial system, I guess. Um, so there are limits to under a fee simple system. There are limitations to ownership, and there are authorities that can tax, compulsorily purchase your land. There are police that can come and do things on your land, etc. So it's not 100% owner. It never was. So people that complain that I bought my property, but I still have to pay tax, they're just not aware of the system they're actually living under. They think they're living under some other kind of system, and they're frustrated because that imaginary system is not working for them.
I no, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that they don't realize that. I think that they believe it's an unjust system. It's
So they want a
unjust.
utopia. They want something other than we have
Yeah,
currently.
it sounds like, what do you call it? Sovereign citizenship or something.
I mean, most of the people that I've talked to that are advocating for non-government are anarchists, and the problem is nobody has a plan to get anything done. So much like the government, anarchism is a failure, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work on any large scale. People don't necessarily need to be governed, but we need to be organized and coordinated. So we can't all do that ourselves from the ground. It would just be chaos. We need people to guide and help us organize ourselves.
Well, it would just be a repeat of the current existing system eventually.
Yeah, a new tyranny is always going to spring up. Like you're not going to have complete disorganization. A system's going to eventually organize itself.
Oh, here's the name. Senator Ray Holmberg.
Oh, that does sound familiar. Let's see. Holdenberg.
No,
No,
Holmberg.
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 He resigned from the Senate in 2022. Oh, I didn't hear about this at all. So he was like a very a very particular kind of passport bro. Born in federal indictment and trial. He pled not guilty.
The sickness
Oh,
aside,
so the
though,
trial, let's see, did it? So there was a trial set for December of last year, and it got postponed to April, then it got delayed until September of this year. But on June 24th, there was a plea agreement in which he decided to plead guilty to child sex tourism and waive his right to repeal. In exchange, they're going to drop the child pornography charge and so he's going to plead guilty to the tourism and in return for having the CP charge dropped, and
Oh,
he'll get a little lower sentence as a result.
wow.
And the little lower sentence is anticipated to be 3 or 4 years.
but mind you, the only thing that is like even remotely okay with the 4 years is he's 80 years old, so he's probably gonna die in prison anyways.
80. What is he doing? Viagra to...
Oh, I think this was from past. I don't know if he was doing the tourism at 80, but who knows?
I was gonna say,
Yeah, not laws. Exactly. This is the reality we have to deal with. That's why I'm a realist and not a utopian. If we all were smart enough to do it, then yeah, we could have our utopia. That's why education, to me, is the path forward more than anything else. But because we're not, we have to deal with the reality that we still need this. We still need help organizing ourselves. That's just the level of evolution we're at. And I can accept that and accommodate myself to it. And the system that does it may not be perfect, but it may suffice for its function, which is what I believe. So when I say that I trust the government, I'm not trusting it to be perfect. I'm trusting it to do more or less what it's there to do, and to me, it does.
until something big happens, and then you'll see chaos rampant.
I was kind of impressed with the COVID response. Actually, there could have been a lot more chaos. Of course, I was in Seattle, where everything is already so orderly and organized. But it could have been a lot more chaotic than it was, and it wasn't even like from the top down. The people on the ground themselves, and this is another Seattle thing, were just very cooperative and compliant. Like everybody here right away is like, okay, tell us what to do. We'll do it. We'll get through this together. And so it was very orderly where I was,
Hmm.
except for the riots after June.
I don't know. COVID was one thing because it was a slow threat, but if there was a very urgent threat, like let's say an asteroid or something, if they announced that there was an asteroid coming for the United States, I bet you would see a lot of chaos real quick. But
Perhaps.
well, look at there was a hurricane that happened years ago, and the goddamn police were looting Walmart
Wait,
along with the
what?
other people.
That's a good point. Like I come from hurricanes, and we handle those
Yeah.
disasters pretty well.
I think it was New Orleans, and they were looting Walmart. The
Oh,
police were looting Walmart along with the other looters. And that's how quickly society breaks down. You know.
I need to look this up. I'm not. I've lived in New Orleans. I'm not saying it is not completely possible that this is true.
Well, I saw a news story about it years ago. It was years ago, but it was one of those hurricanes where people were sitting on their rooftops waiting to be rescued.
It had to be Katrina then.
Yeah, probably. That name sounds right.
I'm seeing articles about police shooting looters or aiming at them, but I'll have to look more into it.
You may
Police
not.
officers circulated orders authorizing them to shoot looters and take back the city, but it remains unclear who issued them. So apparently they had orders that they could shoot people that were looting, but they don't even know where these orders came from. That is, y'all conspiracy theorists, get on this one.
Fire.
We have authority by martial law. Oh, so like the fact that martial law was declared at all, they're saying gave them that authority.
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay. So I guess that's a non-story.
And no, there's only two states in the United States, which is Texas and Nevada, that even use the term allodial title, and it's in very, very rare circumstances that you can possibly get one. Everywhere else, you're not getting a title free and clear.
Yeah, it's fee simple.
Yep.
And so y'all are not getting your I own the land and never have to pay
Yep.
taxes again.
Yeah,
utopia.
Another
It just never was part of our country.
another bogus pipe dream.
I never
always
said
paying taxes.
there are people that don't pay taxes though.
Right.
Yeah, and those
I mean,
people
They don't own shit though, mostly.
well, Moose and Chuck, you have a lot of experience with ownership, particularly you, Moose, huh? Because you've had businesses, property.
Yeah,
Chuck has property.
I paid my fair share of taxes. I paid a shit ton, and that my last year's tax bill made me almost like pucker up.
Wow, just yeah, I took a tax hit
Oh,
this year too because of my
capital
business.
gains is what got you, wasn't it, Moose?
Yep.
Yep.
Think about 3 years worth of work that they wanted. You know what
Man,
I'm saying? It's like
Yeah,
three
if you
years.
don't roll it over, you get stuck in the ass.
Yeah, there was nothing to roll it over to. So
oh,
Yep.
real.
cool, Ricardo. Take care. And are you listening to this while you make track? I love that we're people's background noise. I just love that idea that we're what's in the background when they're cleaning and doing stuff.
Well, when you got a smooth, talkative channel, that is helpful to a lot of people. People don't want to be listening to chaos while they're trying to do something else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, when I first started my channel, my friend told me that I was like a gay autistic Mr. Rogers. He was saying
Oh,
that I was very
ah,
calm to listen to. She put me on because I had this calming voice like a gay autistic Mr. Rogers.
that would be Eddie Murphy.
No.
Yeah, on Saturday Night Live.
Oh,
It's
Mr. Robertson's name.
yeah.
Hello, kids.
Kill my
Well,
landlord.
you want to sit on my lap?
Oh my God, you're doing construction stuff? Like what? I'm just, I think I like this better than just being a channel that people sit and watch in front of. I love that streaming into people's lives as they're actually living a real life. But this is
ASMR.
part of the real life, but in the background.
What do they call that? ASMR or AMRS?
My
Whatever
God, are
the
we the new ASMR?
yeah.
It's like talk radio. You know?
Except on the quiet side. Yep.
I love it. I don't ever want to stop doing it.
Well, you was talking about Menendez a while ago, right?
Yeah, that was the headline today.
They found the gold bars when they executed a search warrant at his house. The gold bars were inside the suit coat pockets in his closet. But the problem with gold bars is they have serial numbers. When they traced the serial numbers, the bars were reported stolen by the owner, who therefore got insurance proceeds from the stolen gold, but the owner is the one that gave them to Menendez. Part
Was
of
it
the
the owners were in Egypt or Qatar, one of those countries?
no, it was in Jersey where Menendez is. That's how they paid him off. That's how they
But they
bribed
they
him.
came from Egypt.
I think so. But when you get big bars, there's serial numbers on them,
So
and
if they had not found the gold, they would not have been. So he had to keep it hidden
yeah,
and say, "Okay, listen, let me tell you something. We have an example of an actual corrupt politician. So we have that's one coordinate point in our system: corrupt Bob Menendez, actual corruption. Do y'all think all of Congress is like that? Every single person in Congress is like Bob Menendez, and he just happened to get caught, or is he the exception to the rule? And most Congress people can be relied on not to do that shit.
well, blatantly like that.
I think
I
I think he's the 99% of the Congress, to be honest.
Most of
there's
them are like him. That's the norm.
Yeah, and
there.
here's my reasoning for that. Hold on, Chuck. My
Go ahead.
reasoning for that is because when you get a barrel of apples and you get a bad apple, it tends to spoil the bunch. And when one person sees that one person gets away with something, then they try it and they get away with it, and then they keep pushing the needle and they keep pushing the needle. And these guys have been in power for years and years and years. When you get into politics and you've got $20,000 in your bank account, and then a couple years later you're like 20 millionaire over, like something's a little fishy, and this is happening more and more, and it's happening with all the different politicians of all ages, and as far as I'm concerned,
a lot of
There's a
corruption.
there's another congressman from Texas. I think his name's Daniel Cuevar or something like that. He's facing the same thing where he was in cahoots with some other countries peddling for their country as opposed to uh what do they call it? A foreign, oh got it. The name slips my mind. Representing a foreign country when they're not supposed to.
Well, that's what it
And
looks like this Menendez guy did.
yes, it's the exact same situation. And he's
But
gotten
you think
buku
all
money.
Congress people are representing foreign countries instead of
No,
not
no,
not
no.
laws is suggesting that instead of countries it's corporations, that it's not necessarily corruption, but they're in the pockets of corporations.
Well,
I'm
the
just talking
United
about
I'm
States is a
just more trusting
corporation.
in Americans than that. Maybe I'm the naive one, but I can't believe that amount of people would break the law. But I'll tell you this: when I lived in Vegas, city council, I think there's like 12 people on city council. 10 of them or 9 of them or something all got convicted for corruption and charged and everything, and they were all Democrats. So
Yeah.
like almost the entire city council got arrested and charged for corruption.
The mayor of San Francisco, years back, was arrested for not drug running, but gun running with the triads. I think his
Who
name
was
was
this? A local
Ed Lee
politician?
or something. Yeah, San Francisco mayor, if
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't. I
mistaken.
don't doubt they exist. I mean, I'm from Louisiana. Come on, I know we have. I know corrupt politicians exist. I would even consider Donald Trump maybe to be one of them. But
Yeah,
I
of
don't think
course.
every single politician is the rotten apple, like a black rotting apple. I think more or less
I
they could
feel
be
bad
trusted. They
for
might
them,
have
but
a
I feel like they
little bit of
do.
brown spots on them, but you could cut that away, and there's still mostly apple there.
I don't think that they're for the people at all. I think that each person that goes into office might go in there with the intention of being for the people, but in the end, what they do is they work to get their families as much as they can get out of the system, and then they're out.
Well,
And
can't they
then
do both? Be for the people and help themselves with their interests intersect because
they could, but
they're
nobody wants
accountable
the
to us at
senators
the battle
out.
box. The battle box is what keeps them from that incentivizes them to not go in there and fuck things up too badly because we won't put you back in
Senators
there.
are for life, aren't they?
Who? Senators? No.
Senators?
Mm-mm. Nope. They're all elected. Senators and House of Reps. They go in cycles.
How
I
many
think
years?
isn't the Senate
Hold on. I think the
every 4 years?
Senate is for life, dude. I think.
No. No. Just the Supremes. I
Yeah.
think the Senate is
okay.
every
No,
election, and then the U.S.
Senate
representatives are they run
Senate
in cycles.
the Senate is every 6 years. The House of Representatives is every 2 years.
So it's the House of Reps that comes up every election. You can switch out
Every
your reps because that's the people's house, and the Senate you do it every 6 years. That okay? That makes sense.
right,
All right,
right.
that's what it was. Yeah. So I mean, but these people though, they've been in him for fucking like 30 years, dude.
Yeah, because
It's
they're probably doing
insane.
a good job, and their constituents are happy, and they keep sending them
There's
back.
no way. There's no way. You can't
Well,
tell
why?
me
Why
factually they're
if they're
happy.
not serving their people, why would the people send them back for 30 years? They would put somebody else in there. And they do. If you look at the record, that's usually what happens. When somebody stops serving the voters that put them in, the voters say, we're not putting you back in anymore. We're going to put this other guy instead.
You have faith in the system. I have zero.
Because I see
Zero.
politicians when they fuck up, I see them pay at the battle box.
To me, it's like it's hard for me to believe that politicians that sign bills that they've never read and say that we have to sign them now so that way we can read them later. Has
I
any
don't
interest
know
at
that that's the
all in
norm. I would
us.
need to know more about that. Does Congress pass bills that they don't read?
They do it all the time. There's bills that are like 900 pages long, and they get them the night before, and then they go the next day and they vote on them.
But I don't think they're voting on them like blindly. They probably have some idea of what's in them. Like it wouldn't make sense if there's just these random unknown bills that people are just voting on and they don't even know what's in. That doesn't make sense as a way to run a government. We would have chaos. We would have a completely chaotic society. Nobody would know what laws are coming out.
No, nobody really does know the laws. Not even lawyers.
You could.
No, they tell like
They still have
I'm being
C-SPAN. I used to
100%
watch
real with you.
C-SPAN, and they would like introduce the bills and debate them on the floor, or the different sides would give their reasons why they thought it was a good idea or not. It was boring. You could watch it all day long. You could sit there and watch them discuss
Yeah,
the
but it's
laws.
not like that anymore. It's not like, hey, we're voting on whether or not this bridge is going to get built. Like it's we're voting whether or not this bridge is going to be built, and so and so and so and so that's added on and added on and added on. That's not even related
You
to the
talking about
bridge being
pork?
built. It's in everything, dude.
Yeah,
It's in
pork's always like way back the beginning of our history of our
The
country. They were putting pork in there.
the
That's always
only
been a thing in the U.S.
the
I
only
know, but it's
bill
not okay. It's
But
not.
again,
It's not cool.
that's the system as it's always been, and y'all want a utopian system versus
No, I'm
it
just
may
not
not be
down with
okay, but
this.
it's what we've always worked with.
the only bill that I can even think of that passed without being written was the Affordable Care Act. Remember,
Well,
Pelosi said you'll have to vote on it to be able to read it.
I don't know the history of it, but I live in Washington State. They were one of the first states to do expanded Medicaid, and it's one of the best things I've ever seen.
No, no, no. I'm talking about the actual affordable.
I know, but I know well isn't that the act that created the expanded Medicaid?
I don't know.
I think it is. And so we got state Medicaid as a result. So however it got passed, the result was one of the best things I've seen come out of government.
But that was a bill that wasn't done before it even got voted on.
And let me tell you this, just keep this in mind for those that are holding the government to such a high standard of perfection and incorruption. I don't know that that's the best stance to take if we're going to back somebody like Donald Trump. I think if that the thing is to be more realistic and say, yeah, there's corruption, and yeah, Trump's corrupt, and he's our guy. I mean, that's what Louisiana did with Edwards, and
But you're a Satanist, so you're like you
yeah,
can
I'm
be
able
okay
to.
with that.
Yes,
But I
yes,
can't
yes,
morally do
exactly
that.
that. Part of my
I
Satanism
can't
is
morally
living with
vote for that.
reality as it is and humans as they are in all of their darkness.
And there is
That's my curse. My curse is I can't participate in a system like this because it is against my religion. It
you
just
are
is.
in the system. You are in the
I
system.
know, but I don't have to participate.
That's true.
I don't have to do anything to like if they want to pull me into the system, like they want to make me do something, that's that's when I have to do it. But I don't have to go out of my way to do that anymore.
No, and I think I support that. I think you're right to choose how much you want to participate beyond the obligatory amount
The
is one
minimum,
of your
yeah,
privileges as an American.
correct.
I mean, it doesn't mean I won't do community service, but I won't vote for the lesser of two evils because, like I said, like that's something a Satanist should be proud of because there's two evils. Like you get to vote of one of two evils, and there is no good option. No matter what you ask me, I will never say there is a good option right now.
So the
There's
fist
just
didn't do
no.
it for you like it did with us?
No, the fist didn't do it for me. The fist actually was actually what made me realize that it was all a fraud.
Oh, come on. That didn't look real to you?
No, because what it is that in a situation like that, there is no way in hell. Trump is like, think about it like this. Trump is the second most powerful man in the world. He is basically the United States president. You know, he's about to be the president again, right? They are not going to let anybody shoot that motherfucker.
So you
They
think
are
other
going.
people are controlling the? Okay.
I think that the Secret Service was in on it because I think that the Secret Service would have covered him up and they would have had him covered the entire time and they would have got him off stage covered up. So if any more shots came flying, they would have got shot instead of him. Like he's supposed to be like the number one person that they protect. That's their job. Like he is the man who controls the button. Like you know what I mean? Like if that is all true, then you would protect him no matter what, and there wouldn't be any showmanship going on. It's just part of your job.
Trump broke
What
protocol
you
in
think
that
he was in
regard.
on it? Like that he knew to move his head at just the moment to make it
Oh,
look
No,
like
I,
he was
I
getting
no,
shot?
I'm not crazy enough to think that I'm not crazy enough to think that he is Superman and can move at the speed of light. And no, I'm not that crazy. I think that it was let to happen. The whole thing was
Did they
let to
plan for
happen.
him to die?
I think that might be the case because the whole thing, the way it was set up, it was pretty. It was none of it makes sense. The security does not make sense at all. There should have never been that opening. If that was any other president, past president, it would have never happened to him.
And I think I just don't have enough information to know what we have very few facts, so
yeah, we don't
I
have
don't have
all the
enough to even
details.
draw conclusions.
Well, when the Secret Service came to our area, the Secret Service interviewed every single person who worked in the building and their families. They just popped up at your house 2 weeks before Obama arrived. And if you were a chef in the kitchen that he was going to eat in, or even on the same floor, they made a pop in visit. Like these people, they know their shit. They know every single
Was
But
person.
he
They
wasn't even from the area.
he was president though at the time, correct?
Yes, he was president, but I'm saying like that's the Secret Service though, dude. He has the Secret Service. He may not have the full on effect of Secret Service, but like those people are fucking professionals, man. They're like they
Maybe
live
not.
every
Maybe they
single
really suck at their job.
maybe they do. Maybe they do suck at their job and that's just what it
People
is. Maybe
sucking
they
at their
live
job is way more likely of an explanation for me than a really complex, high level coordinated
Conspiracy.
conspiracy.
Yeah, on
it
this one.
just it blows my mind like the incompetence that would had to be
Oh,
had
not mine
for it to
at
happen.
all. I've seen it way too many times in every sector. I just
It's like
again the Satanism.
how the
I know how fallible people are.
like
Like
the
I don't
police
hold
were
them to
told
this high
about it.
standard
Like
of competence in the first place.
I mean, you are right. You can't fix stupid, but God, man, God, it to me, I'm open to the possibility that it's 100% conspiracy, done for theater or done for to try to kill him. It doesn't matter. I I I just don't believe that I don't believe that we know the whole story. I don't think we'll
I
ever
don't
know the
believe
whole
we do
story.
either.
And I think it's going to be like 9/11, and people are always going to now try to find out the whole story, or like JFK.
Hmm.
But I think it's just going to lead us down to more rabbit holes that never take us anywhere.
Well,
It doesn't
well,
have to, but I think that is the new norm. That's what I talked about yesterday, how these events keep splitting reality and people keep seeing completely
no,
different things in them. It happened with
yeah,
George Floyd,
people,
J6. Um, it happened with Israel. It happened with the shooting. It happens with stuff on the panel.
people
Like,
keep splitting reality.
yeah, because it's the facts that they emphasize. Some people are we're either all noticing the same thing and emphasizing different parts of it and interpreting in different ways, or some of us are actually focusing on certain details that the other side is not even seeing, and that side's focusing on separate details, and it's creating two different narratives, or we're working off of the same details and just placing different emphases and coming up with different interpretation, but something's happening in our information processing that's causing multiple narratives to get split off.
And until they come out with something that's completely off the wall for an explanation, like a UFO put the guy on the roof. If the government came out with some zinger like
It's
that,
coming. It's probably time travel.
No, I'm talking about from the government. If they put a stupid story out like that, then you start looking at it. But just looking at it on face value, I'm waiting for the facts before I even speculate.
Part of
who
it
or
is
what.
Yeah, I wait for facts. Like my brain does not have the need to fill in an unknown. I'm fine leaving a blank space. I don't need my story to be 100% complete. But oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Anyway, never mind.
And possibilities are endless. It could have been a cop over there, even though he's
First of all, Occam's razor, the simplest explanation, and Hanlon's razor, which is stupidity, is a liker explanation than malice. Those two things have more or less been true. And maybe it's because I was into
Wait, what's the
detective
second
novels
razor?
since I was a kid. I read Hardy Boys. I started reading all the other mystery stories by the time I was in high school. So that's all I watch on TV. So I know like how cases are investigated, and when they put out these reports they tie it to specific evidence that they can demonstrate. So when we get the story after the report, after the investigation, it's going to be tied to all of these factual things that they've amassed and linked together to support their report. It's not just people sitting in a room say, what should we tell the people, he. It's tied to things, and there's an investigative process. Arkham's razor. Hey, Masad.
What's the razor called for stupidity?
Hanlon's razor, I believe.
Hanlon's. All right, that's cool.
I hadn't
That's
heard of
awesome.
that one.
And Occam's is the one from medieval
Yeah, I know
times,
Occam's.
which there's no need to multiply explanations. If a simpler one fits, there's no need to add one on top of
Yeah,
that.
that's the one I'm used to. Is it's usually the simplest one is usually what turns out to be true.
Yep.
And like I was saying, it could have been a cop. The cop they told was even though he was a cop, he disliked Trump. So he was taking his sweet loving time. I mean, we could come up with 1,000 different theories.
And they have already. So far, to
Yes.
me, it looks like incompetence. It looks like
That's
for
what
whatever reason they royally fucked up by not having this building watch and not taking care of this guy once they knew he was up there.
Well, they
I
do.
think it was further incompetence by the Secret Service too, by letting Trump jump up.
Well, he's a big
Oh,
man.
that was a Trump thing. Like he even fought his own Secret Service. He's like, I'm raising this fist. No one's gonna stop me. Hey, Sean. I'm assuming that's Sean from Ireland. Hopefully. I'm thinking it is because his microphone never works. Yep, that's Sean. The echo.
Is my mic? Is my mic?
Echo.
Is my
Yeah,
mic still bad?
big echo.
All right, I'm out. Bye.
All right, we'll try again another day.
Oh Lord, that's wild.
Well, you know what? I would say is it's a really telling thing of people's personalities too, because even though I'm a little conspiracy minded, like I'm glad Trump didn't die, but there's a lot of people out there. Even my wife, like she's like the nicest person, you know. She's so kind and she never like causes conflict with anybody. She's like, man, wouldn't it be like, wouldn't it be just so much easier if the guy didn't miss? And I'm just like taken back. I'm like,
What?
man. Like
Is she?
people think that Trump is so bad that
I know.
they really
That's
think that like he
propaganda
should
and
have died.
narrative. That's why I attack these theories so hard, because once people start to adopt them and internalize them, that's what you get
Well, I'm
from
not
both
on either
sides.
side. I'm outside of it. I'm looking in the box and I'm just like, it's not just her. It was tons of people were like saying that. People were coming in the store saying that. And I'm just like, man, I'm like, you don't get it. Like, you
So
guys
it's
don't
not
get the
just
value of a
Destiny and
life.
extreme people on Twitter, because I've been using that as a marker. I'm like, if you think if you regret that he didn't miss, you are a monster, and I want you out of my life. But you're saying like more and more ordinary, normal people are starting to voice that as well.
Tons of people were, yeah. I
That's
mean, they didn't say it
propaganda,
Wow,
though.
repeatedly
that
to me. They said it one time, and then I my face probably said it all.
That's
that
the
thought
Trump
never crossed my. But
derangement
I grew
syndrome.
up watching Reagan get shot too, so we maybe I was conditioned by that to see it a different way. But that thought never once crossed my. Like I would truly feel like the devil if I had thought that even once.
And
It's just
even
weird, man.
if it was Biden, I'd have felt the same way.
Oh, me too. I don't want anybody shot. I am not for violence at all. We
I'm
have a
telling you.
military, we have law enforcement. The state has the monopoly on violence, and I want to keep it there. There's exceptions like self-defense, etc., but I'm not for violence.
It's a good thing it wasn't Biden. The way he moves, the shot wouldn't have been the same.
Oh man. Hey, can you mute me? I'm about to do some dishes.
Oh, sure. Oh, that is so based. A guy, he's a trad husband. That's what I want.
A
He's
trad. No, they call that a simp.
no, I think it's based. It's a simp when Joshua Jones does it.
You know
It's
what?
based when
Fuck you,
Moose does
Chuck.
it. Do what?
I'm doing the dishes because I'm the one who fucking I made them dirty, you
Because they're your
bastard.
dishes. You're cleaning up after your own self. That's even
It,
more based.
I do the whole
Keep
house. I
doing
know what
peak
you mean,
basedness.
Moose. I know what you're dealing with. There's no shame. It's no shame into a man doing his part.
They had Mossad.
Feel like a
They had a
woman.
warlord come and take over the chat. Like they had violence emerged from that utopia, from within the utopia itself. More violence emerged than whatever would have tried to stop it. The reason they didn't, as I understand it, is because they already had that incident with the cops, and they took over the police station or something. And so the city was trying to tread very delicately because there was already so much anti-cop sentiment that they were very reluctant to start going in there with cops and force. That's a very Seattle thing to do. They're very passive. They're conflict avoidant. It's very difficult for them to set a firm boundary and enforce it. They
That
just
made
have
no
this pathological aversion to that.
that made no sense. You let a group with machine guns take over your downtown. That made no sense.
It Yeah, I know. It was very surreal watching it happen in real life. You have 5 blocks of the city that I'm living in that's no longer part of the United States. All of a sudden, the same park that you've walked through 1,000 times is all of a sudden not part of the United States.
That there was what you call insurrection.
That's a good point. If you're gonna point at the J6ers,
Exactly. And that was a better example of insurrection.
polarization is the cognitive process of it is kind of interesting. It's tragic, but interesting nonetheless. How people get entrenched into these very extreme opposite narratives where it's like the Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at the other side, crying and screaming for the very things that their side is doing too, even worse.
Yeah.
And it's that we see it happen on these streams. I talked about the other day when you hit these personal stories that people's identities are invested in. you run into that defensiveness, and so for whatever reason, these stories are very essential to these extremist identities, that they're willing to go to these lengths to keep them going and not critically examine them.
That's where the
It's
bias.
probably, I've heard that Portland and San Francisco is probably worse. Seattle cleaned up a little bit over the last few years. It got really bad during COVID. It's more or less come back. Like if you visit it now, it would look kind of like a normal city. There's still a lot of homeless and drug users and Karens, lots of Karens.
Lots of Karens.
Yeah. If New Orleans is the chocolate city, Seattle is the Karen city. It really is. Karens of every age, stripe, race, gender,
Oh,
demographic.
that'd be hard to live there then.
But Trump, I'm going to spend the rest of my life recovering from it. I have never had my mental health improve so drastically from one single thing that when I was driving out of the city of Seattle in the moving van the day I left it. It was about an hour's drive, and during that drive, my mental health went from like a 2 all the way to a 10 in like just minutes.
When you left what city?
Seattle.
Now wait a minute. I thought they were supposed to be the most inclusive of.
Not if you're male, not if you're from the South, you're considered a Confederate soldier. Not if you are be careful if you're too straight. If you drive a truck, don't try to go walk around in cowboy boots. Raise my smile.
Holy shit.
They don't even they're very skittish about anything, that any kind of too much energy about anything. And they tie it together with masculinity too somehow.
Well, what if you had rainbow boots on?
Oh yeah, I could get away with rainbow boots.
Okay. Or rainbow truck.
Yeah, very, very much. I've never met more snowflakey people in my life.
Oh, that would drive me absolutely crazy.
Actually, they were. I could walk around my antlers, my Satan shirts. I could wear anything, and nobody said anything. Like people acted like you were completely normal. You'd walk into the Starbucks with antlers and the big Satan T-shirt, and be like, "Welcome to Starbucks. How may I help you today? Okay, here you go,
You
sir.
wouldn't.
Thank you." Like
You
it was.
wouldn't.
They didn't even blink an eye.
You wouldn't have got no service where I live.
I wore them at work.
Holy
People that came
crap.
into the office saw this guy walking around with antlers. I told him it was an autism thing. I'm working on a project for autism involving antlers. And they're like, "Oh, okay,
Wow.
cool." I'd go to the barber. I'd walk in with my antlers, and I'd sit there until he called my name, and then I'd take them off to get my hair cut and like hang them on the little hook.
Now, what would have happened if you would have went in to work with a cowboy hat on? Same treatment?
Mm-mm. No. In fact, in my little group, there's a large group of mental health peers and other mental health professionals, and it's a community, so we're always getting together and doing things. And there was one guy. He was kind of rural a little bit, and male, and
Yeah.
it turned out he voted for Trump. This was in 2017, and they found out he had voted for Trump, and they wanted to exclude him from our. They're like, we can't, oh my God, we can't have him at our events. He doesn't belong in our group. He's going to be bad for people's mental health. Like they were seriously freaking out when they found out this guy voted for Trump, and they
Oh,
wanted to treat him differently. I said,
yeah.
you cannot do that. Absolutely, you cannot do that. He is as much a peer as the rest of us. He has done valuable work. You've all seen the work he cut. You cannot judge him on how he votes. Every American has the right to use their voice however they want. They have that right. You cannot
Exactly.
penalize them for exercising that right.
That's right.
That's part of that derangement that happened after Trump got elected. It was that panic of, oh my God, we have to gatekeep anybody that might be a Trump supporter or associated with Trump in ways that were illegal and illiberal. They were willing to do it. I have a few. I have some Satan horns. They're
Big
they're,
horns.
they're kind of broken. They're on their last little whatever leg.
Well, when you hit the big time, Jeff, you'll have to buy a new set.
I want some real antlers. I want some like True Detective antlers.
The moose horn.
Yeah,
Is
but
that
you're
what
in
that is?
Canada, not lost. And my white male heterosexual friends do feel it. You're probably a soy boy. That's probably why you don't feel it.
Soy
Because
boy.
soys get a pass. They love the soys. No, it doesn't. You're right. It does not make it true. Nobody can tell you. Oppression is subjective, and it's felt internally. You can, and it's a feeling. So you can just there's like feeling oppressed, and there's actually being oppressed. So you can decide when you're feeling oppressed. Nobody can tell you that you're oppressed or how you should feel. Now, there may be some cases where you're actually oppressed. I think it's much rarer in today's modern society, but there may be some actual situations where you, as a male, I know there are some situations in family courts, at least here in the U.S., where like within the policy stacked against the male. It's not any one individual.
That's changing quite a bit over the past few years.
Is it
So,
really? If it's changing
yeah,
at all, it's because of the red pill movement, because that's the issues they're focusing on. But I wasn't aware that they were having much success.
Floats, they had a bunch of success, even with his conviction.
Success doing what?
With getting his child custody of his child and during the divorce.
Well, I can tell you statistically that's an exception. And they have something called the Duluth model, which is some ideological model that was developed in Minnesota that they now use in like official domestic violence programs, um, police trainings, etc. And in the Duluth model, it's always the male. Like domestic violence is specifically a male problem.
I disagree.
But this, yeah, I know. But just like DEI, this is embedded into the actual official policies, trainings, etc. So people that are exposed to this take that as the default because it's being presented as this is accurate information. This is the model we use to deal with DV,
Because
and
there's enough
it's
little
horrible for males.
there's plenty of the cop episodes, shows like that show when the cops go in, it's not necessarily the male that gets arrested. It's whoever the aggressor is gets arrested, whether they be male or female.
Well, I don't know if that's true in all areas because of this Duluth model or something similar to it.
And I've seen, well, yeah, I guess it would depend where you're at.
And the Red Pill documentary really highlights a lot of this. They go into great detail about it. In fact, it's free on YouTube. I'll put the link.
I don't believe in their theory whatsoever.
What theory? Well, it's not a
Red,
theory. They go through actual cases of
well,
what men are
red
going
pill.
through courts and how the laws are written. It's very evidence based. It depends on what you mean by red pill, not because there's the definition's been shifting lately. But I use the one from the movie. That's my conception of red pill.
Oh, yeah, what do we got? We got red pill, black pill, blue pill, gray pill. Is that what we got now?
We're turning to the rainbow people.
Yeah.
Not laws. What? Let's see. Don't want to hear. How does it help someone to be told you're pathetic? Up your game, you pathetic loser.
Who's that?
Is that what you're saying? Like they're just babies because they don't want to hear what pathetic losers I think they are, and how they should up their game according to how I think they should live. I think they're having a completely normal reaction to obnoxious idiots like you telling them that. And yeah, there's no doubt there's grift. There's grifters everywhere. People are going to grift off of anything they can get people to believe. You see it in religion all the
Oh,
time. You
shit.
see it in the
We're in.
DEI industrial complex. It's in the red pill movement. But I'm talking
We're
about the people that are not the grifters, that are in it for sincere reasons, which is the majority.
we're 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 at the peak of snake oil salesmen in society.
There are some people that do this, not lies, but that's not the people I'm talking about. That's not the majority of the red pill movement. Again, watch the documentary if you want a more nuanced understanding.
Andrew Wilson's snake oil salesman.
I don't think so. I stand behind that he is not a grifter. I don't. Everybody on YouTube that has a monetized channel is open to those charges. So people just need to say, so what? Just like people going around
Oh, I'm
calling
not.
everybody racist, say, so what? Okay, I'm a racist. Fine. What's the next thing? Because they use it, that word is used to try to target or manipulate. It's kind of a form of relational aggression. And I think people like Andrew just need to ignore it.
You didn't go to Mel's last night, did you?
No, I
I
saw it.
had to leave. I had to
What was the
leave.
topic?
The original topic was British police as opposed to American police,
Oh yeah, I did
but
see the
she
title.
ended up with Joe Cool and all of his people on panel. So you know how the conversation was going.
I can pretty much get Jesse Chuck. Yeah,
Oh my.
I know. I know.
I had to leave. I was just like, I can't take this anymore. I'm not going to listen to this. And I just turned it off.
Chuck is our panel. That Chuck is our sponsor. He is our panel sponsor
Uh-oh,
and
am
our
I
revered
getting
elder.
dogged on?
He can sit. He Chuck. We should be sipping for Chuck.
Well, I pay content creators what I think they deserve.
Well, that's rare in today's society. I do too. When I have them, like when I was during COVID, when we were getting all that stimulus money and stuff, I was signing up for Patreons and donating to buy me a coffee for my friend, all that stuff. I was just doling it all out to the people that I wanted to support. I love being a patron. I love supporting people's visions that I want to see manifest that I think would make society better. I love doing that.
Well, content that I enjoy, whether I agree with them or not, if they're providing me with some content that I find, I'll support them.
That's what keeps us going, honestly. And many people are benefited from it as a result. So that is as crucial and foundational part of community building as anything else we're doing here. So hats off to you, sir. You also need a medal.
Well, the way I look at it, I'm a rare bird these days, apparently. But I think
Yeah,
age has something to do with that.
you're one of the only ones that sees value for value.
Hmm.
Other people, they try to get as much value for nothing.
Yeah, what's in it for me? What can I get out of it as opposed to pay as you go type approach?
And Jordan Peterson had, I mean, it depends on wit. He's very broad and complex, but his book, like Maps of Meaning and that kind of stuff, it has some good ideas in it. It's stuff I've encountered before in like Carl Jung, Joseph Campbell, Northrop Frye, etc. But he's kind of packaged it up in a way that speaks to people of today's age. So I think all that kind of stuff is fine. People have a hard time separating that from his Twitter personality or his current psychological state as a person. But I can take the content and separate it from and evaluate it on its merits separate from him as a person. And some people find it useful.
Oops, Moose must have hit the wrong button.
Let me see who else is on right now. Oh wow, Moose! I should have got a thumbnail from you. That's an awesome lone wolf thumbnail. Except it has a halo. I like. Here, I got to show this. This is too good. I wonder if there's a way to get a bigger version of it. I guess not. Hang on. I know how. Take a look at this thumbnail that Moose made for this episode. That's about as big as I can get it, but I
Blow it
love
up.
this. I had the demon wolf and he put the angel wolf. I love it. Damn, that's rich.
That's another thing I find surprising. People won't even look at the title of the show, and they'll jump in and want to either talk about what they want to talk about or ask 900 questions to figure out what you're talking about.
Well, I do that too, so I'm
Do
okay with
you?
the 900 questions thing. But it's kind of what Moose said earlier about you can tell the people that show up here because they want to participate and contribute to some larger community ideal, and the people that are here for troll motives or their own motives or to recenter it on them and their. I mean, it's okay to show up with your own needs as long as there's this give or take at some point where you're also able to contribute and to like help other people's needs too.
I saw the other day I-Fi was getting sucked back in after he vowed he wouldn't.
Wow, not like that's weird. You don't want people cleaning up their rooms. I don't want to live in your
Huh?
pig-sty trash society. Yeah, this is the same mentality that's given us the San Francisco and all the degraded cities that we have. No wonder you don't want people cleaning up their rooms. I think clean up your room is excellent.
Was
It's
that
because there's
Jordan
so much more
Peterson?
packed into that than just cleaning up your room.
Was that Jordan Peterson?
Yeah,
Okay.
and he's saying it like it's a bad thing. People that find that message enlightening aren't the best and brightest to begin with. Oh, you're so superior to us that you don't need that message.
I use the term sweep my side of the street, clean my side of the street. I think it's the same concept.
I use stay home and clean your own commode for a change. Quit coming to my house and running your white glove over everything and trying to tell me how dirty my commode is. Clean your own tub and your own toilet.
I had somebody one time, I'm trying to remember who it was, showed up at my house when I still lived up north, attempting to be like that. And I quickly showed them where the front door was.
Yeah, we don't that doesn't fly really in the South where I come from. People really don't like being told what to do. And so when I'm in cultures where that's normal, I'm like, how are these people putting up with this? And they've been doing this since childhood? Oh my God. Talk about over socialization. All that does is give somebody besides you the power over yourself to control you, micromanage you, in all kind of little ways that have nothing to do with the existing laws of the United States. It's like this extra layer of social control that I, as an adult, don't need and I reject. Quit trying to put it
Oh,
on me.
and it all stemmed from the toilet seat being up instead of down.
Even as a kid, I never worried about that. Women could, if they can't lift the toilet seat, then I feel sorry for them.
And I don't even think it was a woman. I think it was a dude. He was like a germaphobe type, you know. But I said, that's fine. There's the front door. I don't need you policing how people live.
But I see that on the panel too. There's like people with very strong. It's like the morality police or the religion police to make sure you're living Christian enough. There's people that I guess maybe it's a perverted form of accountability, but there's people that have really strong feelings on how other people should live, and when they're not doing it, they really like to come and make it known. They're the Karens. But I'm kind of the same
Well,
way with the way people think. I have very strong opinions on how what constitutes quality critical thinking or just quality thinking. And when I see people not doing it, I try to tell them about it. So maybe I'm like an intellectual version of a Karen, the nerd
my
Karen.
my view is when they come in and it's the do as I say, not as I do mentality.
I don't have to. And my response to that is, who are you?
Yeah,
Who, do you have
exactly.
a badge? Is there a reason why I'm supposed to listen to you or take you seriously as an authority? Because as far as I'm aware, we are the same level of citizenship in the same country. So I don't know what this pulling of rank is.
When they're not even, yeah, they come in espousing one thing when they're not even following their own words.
Yeah, I don't.
Is what it's crazy.
I am in my. I'm driving my own car. I don't need other drivers to come and tell me how to drive. They have a car of their own. They should be driving. Don't worry about how I'm driving. As long as we're not wrecking into each other.
We used to call that a backseat driver's license.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Karens are. They try to backseat drive everybody's lives. It's control freakery.
Yeah, that's what it
It's like
is.
OCD. Like maybe a compulsion. I don't know. I don't have that psychology. Self-driving cars. Well, I wish they'd use them.
I mean, I got a bunch of family and friends that they don't come to my house anymore because I got one simple rule, and if they don't want to follow it, well, that's your problem, not mine. If you want to smoke the weed, you want to do the dope, don't bring it here.
Can they
Because
do
as
it
kid,
outside?
no,
Can they go do it in the cemetery?
they can go somewhere else and do it.
Okay.
You
That's
just,
not unreasonable. You know, when we lived in Vegas, when me and Mike were together, he wasn't a smoker, and his what we had one rule in the entire time we were together. We had one rule, and that was
yep.
no weed on the property because he didn't want to put his house at risk, and it made perfect sense. So every time I wanted to smoke weed, I would walk down the street and discreetly smoke it away from the house and come back. It was not unreasonable to ask that, and I was very happy to give him that request.
Well,
I was
normally there's kids at the functions, and I don't feel that children should be exposed to that.
no, I don't either.
So
Like I
I
wouldn't
gave
want my
them,
kids smoking weed. If they're
I gave them.
once they like get 18 or something, I wouldn't care. But if they're
That's a
still in
different
school, I
story.
wouldn't want them smoking weed.
And I give them the option. I don't tell them they can't come. I just present them with the option. If you're more than welcome, I have no problem. And if you want to leave for a little while, I have no problem. So the choice is yours. You make the decision whether you
Yeah,
want to
I would have no
be here or
problem going
not.
down the road and smoking weed if I was at your place.
Exactly. No harm, no foul.
No, I don't remember that, but it's very interesting how you process things. You seem to have a very animated, like comic book cartoon universe. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, I remember that. Sarah Palin. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, King Philip, I wouldn't even be here today. None of my people would be here if we couldn't be around drunk adults. Like our whole culture is children being around. Even the children drink. We grew up drinking wine with meals. We would drink beer with crawfish boils and like fried fish, cookouts and stuff. Like there was not alcohol was very normal. There was not, it was a French based culture, and alcohol. It was like soda pop. It was not something that was heavily stigmatized. So I would say in the right cultures, it's not really an issue. Hey, C4.
C4 explosives.
All conservatives and the left are not, none of the left
Wait a
are
minute.
sacred, and all the conservatives. You see how polarizing that view is? It's very low res, it's superficial, it's shallow,
Oh Lord.
it's overgeneralizing. And I wonder how many conservatives, other than what you see on this panel, and they seem like pretty decent to me people to me, how many conservatives you actually interact with.
That'd be like saying all liberals are progressive. That's not true.
Or even that all progressives are such and such.
I take it, what's his name? Not laws or no laws must not like conservatives.
He's a lefty.
Oh, I
He's
talked to
he's a
one.
lefty. Like he has leftist rhetoric, leftist. He's lefty brained. But i- when we're talking about stuff outside of that, he's actually a cool person. Like I can see him as an individual person. He has his own personality, his own thing, and so he's much more interesting that way than when he's just spouting the same leftist rhetoric that I could hear from anywhere else. So
Yeah,
he is
that's like
multidimensional, and I think this is just one surface
I had
dimension of him.
I had this really good friend, and up until he died a couple of years ago, but we could talk and discuss anything except when it came to politics. He was one of those people that was what I call a screamer. They get so excited about their brand of politics
Because their
that they start,
stories are getting challenged.
yeah. And I told
Yeah.
him, I said, I have, let's just not discuss politics because one of us cannot keep control of themselves.
I had a friend like that too, really close friend, and we just couldn't talk about politics. And as long as we didn't, we had a great friendship. It worked.
Exactly. And I don't know why politics has to get so hostile.
Part of it is propaganda, like it's being inflamed by all
Yeah,
the
yeah.
propaganda that's in the information sphere, not laws. How are you so certain you were not also brainwashed?
Who's he saying's brainwashed?
Everybody, that all the people not on his side, I guess.
Well, that's not
He
like
has a very Manichaean
brainwashing.
view of society. It seems like there's like all the virtuous heroes on one side, it's Lord of the Rings, and all the evil arcs on the other side. There's no ordinary, complex human beings in the middle.
There's no middle of the road.
hmm You're either tainted with sin or racism or whatever, or brainwashing, or you're enlightened and awake and pure and righteous.
Well, that would be me.
Homie, is it you?
Hmm?
Oh, somebody's in the back. I'm pretty sure
Oh, not
it
me.
is
I'm
who they
already
pretend to
here.
be. But yeah, all right. I figured that was you. It ever really clever troll would use a purple bee. What's up?
Is this Talcott?
That's Lanza. Lanza,
Oh,
you have a channel?
No, I was thinking I might make one though. I've been inspired by a bunch of you guys, believe it or not.
I do believe it. That's how I got started. Yeah, I think you'd be great in the panelverse.
Oh, I don't know. I would have to figure like what wouldn't one of my first questions be like, okay, what would I like to offer? You know, it'd have to be something I like to do.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of hobbies that I like that are definitely mad interesting. Like,
what's your hobbies?
um, basically overlaying um, overlaying the oldest aerial photos on top of current Google Earths to, to
I
see
would
how
totally watch something like that.
like the rivers and the waters have changed, especially in areas of native um, whatever they call Native Americans, Aborigines, at whatever. And then actually being able to find stone tools that are just still in these creeks and rivers that a lot of people, if they just watch this 30-minute video from the Museum of Archaeology of whatever, there's only two places to do it. But uh, anyway, I like doing that. And also, I got a metal detector because I was like, look, man, if there's any chance I'm ever going to find any gold or anything under the ground, I got to have a metal detector. So I think, like, I'm definitely, uh, yeah, I think those two things would be cool. But, like, as far as the metaverse, yeah, I would have to, like, set something aside. And it would have to be kind of, yeah, it would have to be geared towards, like interesting things with interesting people. But I don't consider everybody on the metaverse to be the mental verse to be like interesting at times, But because what I've noticed about people is they have their strengths and their weaknesses, and so like if someone's talking about a subject that I can basically only learn from, which Chuck has done that, and Jeff, you've done that. Uh, but then I don't know. I don't know. It
I
probably
think,
won't even happen, but that's I have thought that far into it.
yeah, and it's really easy, and you can just be experimental about it and just try a few things till you find something that works. Have you hooked up with Fun with Dirt yet? He has a metal detecting channel. There's a whole little community of them that do it.
Yeah, they'll probably know what I'm talking about with the Google Map. They may not, but
Google Maps is my absolute favorite piece of technology ever, ever, ever. I could watch a YouTube channel where people look at Google Maps all day long.
well, if I can remember the name of the website. Basically, Jeff, if you type in on Google, you just type in. Oh, so it has something to do with an atlas, but it's like aerial. Type in like oldest aerial photos atlas, and then it'll bring you to some website, and then you can search.
Historical aerials
You know what?
or world image way back. There's several of them actually.
You
Oh
know what?
wow. I
There's like a
didn't
world.
know this existed.
There's like a world atlas one, right? And then like so, say whatever area you live in, you can. It has like it's a very comprehensive list. It's basically like a library of the oldest maps. Now the coolest part about the one that I know about, and I could send it to you. I just don't know where the links, and I'm not good at that stuff. Are at that stuff right now, but it has an option where you click it, and so it shows you your old map that you're looking at, but then it'll actually overlay current Google Maps on it, and you can, what do you call it, like transparency in and out the
Yeah.
image. Oh, dude, you can find some awesome anomalies. Like I found a golf course that like existed in 1890 that now doesn't, and like that's it. That's all I got. But I didn't mean to like take over or anything.
No, this is I'm fascinated. I want more. Like I keep us updated. I hope you do it. Let us know if you need help.
Well, if I find some gold, I guarantee you guys will never see me on here again.
Oh, you won't. You could. Here's my Cash App in case you do.
One of the one of the
Go for it.
neatest ones I've seen recently, Lanza, was they ran a lidar radar over the pyramids area, and they discovered that at one time there used to be a river that ran by the pyramids.
That's right. That's right. That's
Did
right,
you
Scott.
know that the in Louisiana on the LSU campus they have these two little hills of dirt and they're called the LSU mounds and they're like thousands of years older than the pyramids themselves. They're one of the oldest man-made structures on the planet. And there's
Okay.
hundreds of these little mounds all over the South, Louisiana,
So
Mississippi.
that same website also has an index in it that in every single area marks, um, petroglyphs, and of course too, like you guys are saying too, dude, they're always finding brand new shit. Like that's why this is like exciting stuff because like with those mounds, what you'll find is a lot of them became golf courses and owned by like rich people, right?
Yep.
Guys know it or not, but it sounds
Your
funny, and if
audio.
it is true,
Oh, is that him? I thought it was me. It looks like
No,
he's
that's
coming
him.
back.
okay, how's that?
Yeah, you just glitched out for a second.
Okay, what I said golf, so what I this could be true, it could not be true, but it's funny. Golf, GOLF, used to stand for gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. Because it's like occult stuff. It's a cult. Like, dude, it's like a lot of those golf courses are actual Indian burial mounds, bro.
Yeah, I used to live by one, a big one, Cahokia Mountain.
And they are a million times more common than I used to think like 3 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Is that where
We
the
had
conspiracy happens on the golf course? That's where the rich and powerful coordinate.
the area I lived at, we had a big Lewis and Clark settlement there, and they're still finding things from that era.
The other thing about golf courses, and this was so I also cross-referenced this because I want to know more. I cross-referenced this with the United States Geological Survey, like .gov or whatever. And
Right.
so that's an interesting website because it'll show you the waterways that I guess that they tell you of at least.
You think there's waterways that they're keeping hidden that nobody knows about?
Well, they're delineating them for maybe different purposes. So like, but anyway, I'm not interested in that. But what is it? Gas companies too, like these golf courses house like major like portions of water delineation. You can look it up right now. There was in like I don't know what state, but on like some green, all of a sudden this river that was nowhere, it was underground, it just took out the green, and it was like 15 feet of like dirt just fell, and then it was in this river, and then you can see them on the news like trying to explain it, like, yeah, we don't really know what happened, but like, yeah, there's underground rivers, and the USGS survey is really cool because it'll allow you to click on water stations that are in your area, and you can see how deep your water tables are and stuff. It's just cool.
Oh wow!
But
yeah.
I kind of want to shut up because I wasn't prepared for, I don't think, to talk of like all.
You're in your zone now.
No, I just wanted to listen and to see what you guys are talking about because you guys say funny, interesting stuff too.
There was a town next to where I lived. It was called Belleville, and all of a sudden, buildings were starting to sink here, and houses were starting to sink there. Well, come to find out, the whole town had been built upon a bunch of old underground mines that they didn't fill in. So over the course of time, all that weight on there was causing the ground to cave in. So now you got to buy, what do they call that? Mine insurance or something like that. But I just found it fascinating. These mines were old.
Isn't Florida having all those sinkhole problems?
Yeah, yep. They get some big ones down there.
Hey, Hank, and I want to address this comment from Not Lost. The allegory of the
Oh,
cave is more so, in effect, the allegory of cave it's an allegory of how the mind works. It's not really applied to a specific country at a specific time. That's not what it's really describing. So it's always active in all of us, everywhere, at
he's
different
got a lot of
levels.
bias against America. I'm picking up.
Well, he's Canadian. We got it. We have to be gracious with them, and there are
Is
little
Canada real?
Canadian children from the north.
No, we could just attack them all.
What's the point? That's like punch. Like I can't even punch that far down. No, we love our
Damn.
Canadians. I've never met more Canadians in my life until 2020 when I started Zooming, and then all these Canadian people would show up on the things, and I'd never really interacted with Canadians before.
I'm with whoever's saying that, I don't have a problem with Canadian, because that's tribalism, like, haha, it's funny, we can joke, of course. But I will say, and this is just my skepticism, that their biggest tactic for deception comes from false politeness. I know that sounds ridiculous. It's meant to be funny, but try it out sometimes.
That's one of the first things I noticed about him. Is how
Yeah,
polite.
it's like you can't be that polite, bro. You can't be that polite.
Who are more polite?
I'll take some of that brainwashing.
So who's more polite, Southern Americans or Canadians?
Canadians. Oh wait, what do you mean Southern Americans?
Like
South
where Jeff is from. Like where Jeff is from.
Louisiana.
I don't know, Hank.
That's the Northern Caribbean.
What does that solve? Where are you going with that question?
You sound jealous, not lost. How no American I know walks around thinking I'm important because America has guns. That's
yeah, the brainwashed ones do.
They're more like I'm important because I have guns. Rather than,
that'd be yes. They'd much be more likely to. This is just not how we think. Again, you admitted you're on the outside looking in, so it's going to be a limited perspective that you're getting.
He's not Canadian. He's finding too many problems.
I served 14 years,
must be
and
British.
I still don't think we're the best because we got the biggest guns.
If it's not stolen. I mean, I don't consider it stolen, and I'm proud that we have the guns and we have the valor, the honor, whatever you think that we're living off of that's stolen. I'm proud of all that.
Oh, there's a lot of stolen. Everything's stolen.
Yeah, I consider it
even
stolen.
Flowers.
But
even flowers have stolen.
Is 9/10 of the law. Possession is 9/10 of the law. I mean, we don't know who the original owner is, and they're probably dead anyways.
Yeah,
but we have it now.
Look at how it starts. I'm already pathological and for suggesting that he's jealous. So now he's already. I'm probably close to the truth because look what's coming out. I'm telling you, a shadow worker. I don't know how to get that shadow.
You hit a nerve.
Yep, get that. Come on.
I can't even see what's happening, but I'm just sensing confusion. I don't know.
Yes,
in the chat or up here.
I'm definitely. I can't even see the chat or anything. I am sensing confusion there, but also, we need to help these individuals. Like they need to become less confused. Why? Because if I was in that position, I would like to become less confused. It's just courtesy.
Yeah. Speaking of confusion, Browns boy, you had criticism on my Officer Snap show, but you didn't want to come on stage to talk about it.
Okay. First of all, you just made an assertion that I didn't want to come up on stage. I'm going to tell you you're wrong. I'm not going to ask you why you think that because it would be a waste of our time. But I didn't have battery, and whatever you were doing was just like it seemed to be getting slightly progressively more annoying, and I didn't want to be a part of it.
Yeah,
so you have your answer.
We know Browns boy is never annoying. He's never part of any annoyances.
That's subjective.
I don't make shows about these fake superheroes that you
Here's
don't.
the issue.
I thought you were
You
going to
don't
do a
make any
good
shows
job
at
of
all.
making a point, and you just were like, "Ha, look at this cartoon looking thing."
You don't make any shows at all, Browns boy. That's you need to realize that you don't make any shows at all.
I'm making moves. All right, don't worry. No one's worried, okay? With
I
anything
copy
you
that.
said, no
I
one's
copy
worried.
that. I copied that, but none of those moves are shows.
And Hank, you know I'd have your back on some real shit, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well there we go. Problem solved.
I love this.
Peace and harmony.
Spurgery at its finest. There are real heroes.
Spurg News. Jeff had a good idea. He said, "Oh, we should do like a segment of Spurg News," and that is a funny idea.
Yes,
Like-
the funny idea he got from Illumitami, who's already doing it.
Yeah, that's Illuminati.
I don't even remember
yeah,
saying
no.
the idea, so I couldn't tell you where I got it from.
Well, I do remember where it's coming from because Tommy asked me about it before he launched it, so I know it's from him.
He does that.
Hank is correct.
You know
Hank,
what
what's
though?
a good word for today?
Hank may be qualitatively correct, but he's not He's quantitatively correct, but he's not qualitative. But everything's up to opinion, and if you want to agree with Hank, that's fine.
Yeah, you can have your opinions, but who has the best model?
I'm not even quite sure what he's even saying, so I don't know whether
He's trying to say he's trying to throw shade on the idea, saying somebody else already did it, as if like nobody else has the potential of doing it better. When
Right. I don't remember
anybody could do it.
So I don't.
Anybody could do it better.
I'm not saying no one can do it
autism
better. I'm not saying no one can do it better. I'm just saying someone else beat you to doing it first. I'm not.
I don't remember saying it. So it's not
cares?
I wasn't in a race or a contest. You're putting me in a framework that I reject.
Yeah,
You would-
dude.
And I'm
you
sure
would-
Tommy
you
or
would
whoever wasn't the first.
You know what
person.
he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's going like you don't need to cut. He's going. You don't need to cut the grass. I cut it 2 days ago.
Yes, I am.
Are you at work? Are you going to work today? Or are you off?
This is my weekend.
Okay, yeah. So he's trolling. He's gearing up for his.
So yeah, I went to work this morning, but I'm obviously not at work right now, and I don't feel like going back to work today. So.
Well, bless you.
I'm not going back to work. I said I'm not going back.
What do you do, Browns boy? I mean Lanza.
Oh, dude, my gosh. Well, I'm a bad self hypnotherapist first.
Are you really?
No,
Self-hypno. Okay.
No, I don't know. I just what do I do? I'm like I'm in a service-based industry, which requires me to show up to people's properties and do like tasks or something.
Oh, okay. You enjoy
Well, that narrows it down.
Yeah,
Sound
no,
like a
it's
call girl.
I mean, I don't know how to just, dude. I don't know. I'm not like most people. I feel like, but
Browns boy, the cable guy. I
but I
got
think
it.
that's the strength.
He's the cable
Like-
guy.
or like I don't know, handyman. How about that?
Jack of all trade, master of none.
That sounds cool, actually.
Man, freaking. How about I break everything I own and can almost never figure out how to fix it? How about that? That's about what I do.
Yeah, you should read the freaking manual once in a while. Makes it
Yeah.
easier to fix it.
Yeah, I took my
yeah.
microscope apart when I was little, and I tried to use the manual to put it back together. And I couldn't. So the manual does not
Yeah.
always help you undestroy things.
Yo, there was I bought a. Go ahead, Chuck.
No, I was laughing. Go ahead.
Oh, I bought a grease gun, and I went to put it together, and like I did everything wrong. Like everything was like nothing. The grease was like never. Everything was wrong, and I did the instructions, and I'm like, what the hell? So I like looked it up online, and every single there was like 20 videos that were like Chinese people use bad language in these instructions, and like. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't have to tell you guys.
So I caught something, Jeff. Did you notice the reframing you did? Did you notice it?
I I'm not sure what you're talking about. Go ahead,
Okay,
tell me.
so I say read the freaking manual, but you claim the manual doesn't always help. That's a reframe because I actually didn't claim that the manuals are all good.
That's true, but
Well, you said to read it so that you can know how to put the thing back together again. Is how I
Yes,
took it,
yes. So
not
pretty
just to
much.
read it for fun.
right.
Yes. So, but Brownsport claimed that he can't put any of his things back together. So, if one of his manuals are good, he'll put at least a couple of things back together.
Yeah, and then I was making the point that they're not infallible. They don't always lead
Yes.
to you being able to put the thing back together. So it wasn't a reframe at all. It's just extending what y'all were already talking about.
Yeah,
I consider it seems like a reframe to me. So
I agree with both you guys. To be 100% honest with you,
It was Schrodinger's reframe.
yeah, I agree. It's Stroh's reframe, but the thing is, once you do a measurement, you know where it is.
Believe it or not, for once in my life, I wasn't even getting that complex about it.
have have any of you guys ever used like CAD software or like
Yes.
I had
SolidWorks?
to take a CAD course in college.
Yeah.
So I have
So
a semester of it.
I
Can you
took a
guys-
CAD course in high school, and I have Blender, but Blender's not that great.
I
for
didn't
CAD.
like it very much.
you guys,
if-
do you guys can you make blueprints and like read blueprints and stuff?
I know to read
can.
them.
I also had a semester of drafting. I used to do blueprint. I couldn't make my letters. You had to draw your letters by hand perfectly, and I didn't have the
So
coordination.
like,
to draw the class.
can you like prototype? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you
I
can
was
Chuck?
interior design, so we had to create the interior design type of blueprints. So I have some familiarity with those.
I'm surprised more people don't talk about like, cause like blueprints are you know, like for life. I mean, blueprints are.
Well, they're kind of boring, to be honest.
Well,
So
No, what do you mean? You're designing. You're designing something. You're being creative as hell, and that's boring to you. What would you rather have NASA tell you what to believe?
Not everybody has an art side to them, though.
Yeah, but
he means he finds it boring, not that they're inherently objectively boring.
Hank, you don't want it.
hold it. I didn't
All
say
right.
I claimed I found it boring.
I know.
It's just we don't talk about blueprints because in general they're boring and very technical.
I'm enjoying this conversation very much.
I've made thousands of electrical schematics.
Yeah, exactly. But Chuck doesn't talk about them. He talks about gossip instead. That's my point.
I haven't been gossiping in a while, Frank.
Hank,
I'm laid off
In a
of
whole
that.
like 8
who
hours.
said that?
'Cause he
Did
was
Hank
asleep.
say the word? Did Hank bring up the word gossip?
He did.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Accurately, if
Oxymoron.
you ask me. But
I'm just curious because like Hank is reliable in ways. He's a nice guy. He makes sense sometimes. Then other times, what did he just say? I don't know, something about like messing around too much or something.
I'll say it again. Chuck barely talks about the blueprints because even he thinks it's boring to talk about.
Oh no. Oh, you said blueprints. I thought you said like drama or something.
He did. He said
yes. Chuck
gossip's more interesting than talking about.
Nobody's interested in electrical schematics or blueprinting.
I have a degree in it. That was my college major. I'm interested in it. Actually, I wasn't even interested in it. It did turn out to be kind of
How is nobody interested in blueprinting? That's like thinking.
I am. That's why Hank speak. That's why I said he's speaking for himself. He's not interested in it. I don't care if people talk about blueprints as long as it's interesting and entertaining, and so far it is.
Well, yeah.
Like even in conversation.
Hold on. I would say.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Yes. So my objective is to have more nerd streams. So.
Yes. Oh, more nerd streams. Okay, we'll keep talking about gossip then.
Then blueprints is what you want to talk about.
Correct.
Okay, the blueprints of gossip. What?
No, blueprints of design stuff.
You need to team up with Chris. That's the kind of streams y'all would end up having.
I don't know, man.
The really heavy geek streams.
Yo,
or
Okay,
live.
okay.
He and live
You
were
know
good
what?
at
You know
that.
what, Hank? What
I
about
could.
like free energy streams? Okay, obviously that's a buzzword. Don't hold me to it. But you know what I'm saying? The idea of like somewhat hidden ways of getting like power. For the honest use of whatever. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Like
Like,
but
coal
Brownsford,
mining,
did you know
torpedoes,
that free
nuclear
energy
arms.
was a physics term? Did you know it was an actual physics term? Do you know
did
what
I
the
know
physics
it was
term
an
is?
actual physics term?
Yes.
Are you reframing it, Frank? Is that what he's talking about?
What I'm talking about,
Reframe.
Hank, is the field modalities that, like, because electricity is a dirty form of energy.
They don't believe me.
But he's
I'll look it
talking
up.
about Gibbs free energy, which is a concept from thermodynamics. So you're talking about energy that you don't have to pay for, and he's trying to say in a different frame that it's this physics thing. So he's the one reframing while he's pointing at everybody else talking about the
Yeah, why do
reframe.
you? I
Because
mean,
he's
that's
a
fine.
troll. He's
Why do you want
reliably,
to?
consistently a troll.
Well, no,
Show me free
I
energy.
hear exactly what you're saying now, Jeff. Jeff, actually, that's one. I got to be honest with you, dude. That's one of your skills. I noticed you can actually like make sense of this stuff because I wouldn't have known what Hank was talking about unless you said that. So I'm
Surprise that.
interested in why Hank would think that that would be an important way to take the conversation.
Because my objective is to have more nerd streams.
Oh, he was trying to nerd it up. That's why.
Yes.
He's like free energy.
So
No,
Hank,
there's
are you
free
here? Are
energy.
you here?
What
Are
are you
you
talking
here? Like Hank, are you here to like talk with everyone, or just say the ideas that you think that you want us to help you with, but you don't want to listen to our shit?
about?
No, when I talk about free energy.
I gotta come to Hank's defense. He
Okay, okay.
there's been times where he has listened to our shit and he's given some quite
All right,
insightful
all right,
feedback on
all
it.
right.
So
I'll back off. I just wanted to make a point.
I want to
Oh, you missed your
show
point. Show
he's
me the
still a
screen.
troll.
show
He,
me some
there
free
is some
energy, will
reciprocity
you?
there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, come on. I'm not saying anything crazy. It just, I mean, you don't have to be a genius to use your imagination to like figure out that figure out something good that I'm saying. But I mean, okay, if you're actually asking for a real example, then we're talking about there's a video where it shows if you take like somebody used a drone, like obviously as people who know blueprints we could think of other forms, right? So don't take me word for word, but if you can get a wire like really high up, or if you think about like some of these buildings, say a skyscraper, that would be real easy to put something like whatever it is that can, and then it has to be grounded, and then someone like Chuck would know something about resistance and things like this. Yeah, dude. I mean,
Is
if
this nerdy enough for you, Hank?
you are crazy. I'm sorry, I can't say that.
Up a,
You can say
up a
You
bit
would be
more.
doing yourself a disservice to not investigate what I'm saying in an honest manner, because I can honestly like talk about it, but I don't know a whole lot. And since
is
I
this
know
nerdy
apparently a
enough?
little bit more than you guys, your questions might be worse. You know what I mean? So maybe that's one of my streams. There you go.
It's what helping people ask better questions.
Or no, it would be like exploring different forms um,
Free
of
energy.
thinking about energy than we were taught by anybody else. That hey, maybe the ancients knew some shit too, and maybe Tesla knew something too. And I'm not saying we're going to be Tesla, but like let's not pretend there can't be like minimal forms of there can't be minimal forms that wouldn't be useful in some practical way around the house.
Yeah, I think you should do it. I would watch.
Okay.
Like I'm not, and Hank's thinking right now. Hank's thinking about putting a bunch of hamsters on a wheel and stuff like that. I'm not talking about crap like that.
No, I was about to ask about batteries. Are we gonna catch in some kind of
I thought you said
battery?
about
And if
sex
so,
toys.
what kind of battery? What kind of battery you gonna store
Well,
the
they
energy?
just found that big lithium deposit, didn't they?
Yes.
Probably, if I had to guess, I would say DC. What is it, direct or whatever, DC or something? It would be like
Direct
a marine battery or
direct
something.
current. direct
Yeah,
current.
like a golf cart battery. No, I'm not kidding you. A golf
Which is
cart
a car
battery are
battery.
the best ones to store shit in for solar power.
Isn't a golf cart battery different than a car battery? Looks like it.
Golf
Looks like
cart
it is.
battery is
And
a deep cycle marine battery.
yeah, yeah, and Chuck would know how to like run them in parallel and in series and stuff.
Mhm. I remember all that.
Like Chuck, if you're in Indiana, man, I'm not that far. We'll do a free energy stream, man. I'll come by. We'll visit your underground, your
Laboratory.
your underground, yeah, layer. No, it wasn't a layer. It was a something you grew food in or something.
So,
root cellar.
That's right.
So
It
I
has a
have,
chicken house too, and a cemetery.
yeah.
Yeah. Chuck
So-
had,
And a sex dungeon.
Chuck
Okay.
had,
Oh, I didn't know about that. And you didn't know what a gimp was?
I'm just funning.
Chuck has 10. He has 7 different floors under his house for each one of his chakras.
So I have no intuition for running a battery in series. Do you want to go over it real quick for me so I can get the idea in my head?
Yeah, is that gonna give you your nerd?
Well, you're
Yes.
asking Chuck to tell you how to do it, but there's like, dude, you'd be better off watching a video. Like, watch Ken Wheeler. Look up Ken Wheeler. Unless Chuck wants to do it.
I do want you to do it, hey, because this was my college major, and I want to see how much of it I remember, how much of it comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna do it
I don't
verbally, or something you showing us? You have to take off your shirt too.
What was the question?
I
don't
have no
question.
intuition for running a battery in series. Could one of you go over it so I can understand
Well,
it?
you got series and you got parallel. If you want to increase the voltage, you wire your batteries in series. If you want the amperage, you wire them in parallel.
Because
Same
they're in
voltage.
an inverse relation
better-
to each other.
Yeah.
I remember that.
So if you're wanting 12 volt at 100 amp, then you would put them in parallel. But if you're wanting 48 volts at 5 amps, then you would do a battery in series to get up to the
So it
48
depends on your
volt.
power needs.
So
Yeah.
if I wanted to like modify a laptop to have a bigger battery, longer time, I want more amperage, of course, because it only runs at 1 voltage. So
You want to parallel the batteries
parallel the battery. Okay.
as opposed to series, because series would increase the voltage and burn up your laptop.
Yes.
But your charging supply would have to be sufficient in order to carry the amperage to recharge the connected battery. You couldn't just use the simple charger that's built, the charging circuit that's built into the laptop or to the desktop. You'd have to make sure you're within the limits.
Hank, what you need to do is go out to the local telephone pole line and hook it up directly to Ethernet of the back of your computer.
Why? I have access from here.
No,
I can pull all the power out from here.
No,
Oh,
okay.
I had a deep cycle wired up to a laptop one time.
A what cycle?
A deep cycle marine battery.
To power it?
Yeah. Because the amp hours was so much greater.
You had like an adapter to adapt it to
No. I soldered wires in place of the
AC?
battery and ran it to the big battery. Yeah.
See, when he said amp hours, I heard vampires, so I don't know.
Well, everything is a drain on energy, so it could be a vampire.
Is getting nerdy enough yet, Frank?
Yes.
I mean,
yes, it is.
Sorry, Frank.
Yeah, see more nerdery.
Good.
Through you, Frank.
I want to suck the blood.
Oh, and I Chuck, I know, like, on a serious note, like you would be the first in line to be like, let me see the top 3 best cases of ways to at minimum think about getting like a sufficient amount of free energy. I mean, am I wrong there? Or
Yeah, I'd have to do some research because it's been years, and most of the time
right? You're
it's
just
just
saying it's like
theory.
90. No, I know what you mean. I mean, are you saying like woo? It's woo woo basically.
Well, no, it's just the amount of work that it would take to just collect the usable energy, the cost involved in it. You know, when I was in the service, we tried to develop a kinetic motor.
Yes. Okay.
You know, a self powering
For sure.
motor that didn't need anything else. And we drove ourselves crazy trying to perfect something like that.
Didn't go ahead.
Would
No,
you
I'm
go
done.
on Lanza's show and talk about it if he did one?
If I, yeah, I'd
Look,
have to do the research because it's been too many years.
look. I'll be honest. Yeah, like I would. I don't know. You know, it comes down. Yeah, it's these are important things, and me personally, man. I don't know if I should say this, but uh, I view myself as one of the least organized versions of what I'm capable of currently. Like just now, like it's not bad. It's just like like so I'm not good with organization, but I'm good with like I don't know, knowing a little bit about stuff, but
You're good at finding ideas, I guess, right?
What helps you with the organization? Is it another person
nothing,
helping you
nothing. Yeah,
do it or having it
almost
done
nothing.
ahead of time?
Like denial helps me most with
Oh,
organization.
just powering through.
So
No, no,
the river or something else?
everything. No, everything's good. Everything's blessed.
That organizes it.
It's another way. Just I'm a lazy perfectionist. That's all.
Yeah.
Procrastinator. Yep.
But you're able to get things done when you need to, right?
Unfortunately, I think I became accustomed to doing that, where oh, like under pressure, sort of is just like it will work for some reason. Uh, but I
Yeah.
think I'm getting older now. At least
Oh,
as I understand it, I'm growing older. So it's like, yo, I'm actually not gonna sprint 200 yards right now. Like,
and let me just hand you deadlines because that what gets you back in action, right?
no, it's what do people value? It's value. I feel like value is what drives. Like, if you don't see value in something, why would you not? Why would you go towards it? You know, like
Intrinsic motivation.
value and false respect, because you can false respect, shitty values or whatever, and then yeah,
I
I don't know, man.
remember.
Go ahead.
I remember when I was teaching electronics in college, and I had a couple of fellas. They were young, and they couldn't understand the concept of how electrons move through a wire. And I ended up going to the hardware store, buying a 6 foot piece of hose and ping pong balls to
No
demonstrate
fault for you.
electron flow. But it worked. It worked for them. They were able to finally get it.
Chuck, I didn't know you taught kindergarten.
Come on.
You
So
ain't never
Chuck,
seen
Mr.
kindergarten
Chuck's
cop?
neighborhood.
so Chuck, you didn't have to explain the electromagnetic field and how the energy actually goes with that. You just showed them the electrons because that's simpler, right?
Well, he didn't work, so you trust him out. You could have got us
Yeah,
like some bubble tea or something.
I had to really break it down and give them a physical
Hey,
thing to look at.
hey, wait a minute. I think I'm in
Oh,
like kindergarten now because
I
Oh,
lost
you
sound.
your volume went low.
Oh, am I all right?
We could barely. You sound way
Oh, I
far
thought it
away,
was
like
me.
buried underground.
Okay, am I here?
No,
Yes.
Barely.
very faint.
All right, never mind.
Yeah, now you are.
There you go. Now you're back. Well,
Oh,
now
you
you're
had come
And
gone.
now
back.
he's gone.
You
Come
were back.
back! Come back!
Now we're not going to get to hear the thing. You left us hanging. We have ping pong balls. They're about to come out of the hose, and I don't know what happens next.
Well, Chuck's still here.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
but
saying I
Lanza
had to
was the one
break it
that had
down to a
to do
visual thing that they could actually see before they could understand the written
You
theory,
did the right
so to
thing,
speak.
Chuck. They probably got the concept after that.
Yeah, because they for some reason they were hung up on the idea of how can something move through a piece of wire. They had some sort of mental block, and I was trying to help them
Oh, good.
break
We gave
that
you a lot
block.
of tools.
Hey, how are you
They're
guys?
back.
Yeah,
Are you guys there? Can you hear me?
yep. You're back.
I just wanted to say about the electricity going through the line example is interesting to me because, dude, okay, I don't know how this happened, but you can look up these videos and Chuck may have some insight. Chuck, those big, huge power lines that usually run through whatever, like, you know what I'm talking about? Like the ones that kind of go by the highways and like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
so dude, so what's up with the fact that the line is like more of like a guide because there is dirty electricity that people have been caught and the electric companies have tried to sue homeowners who are close enough to those power lines because they seep electricity out of it. So what these homeowners were doing was they were putting a metal stake in the ground like you get from Home Depot, and they were getting freaking power off of it because it was grounded. You know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that crazy how the electricity that does travel through the wire, but those big ones, man, they you are not supposed to go by those because they are emitting like high enough amounts of electricity for homeowners to stick a needle in the ground and get power. Have you seen
Is
that?
this? Do you have a source for this? If it's true?
Yeah, dude. Look it up. If you want. I can't look it up, but I've definitely seen it. And there's legal stuff because the power company said, "Hey, you're taking our electricity," and it was actually ruled that it wasn't their electricity because it wasn't in their
It
lines.
was just like
It's
ambient electricity
it's
that came off their
really
line.
not
Yes.
electricity. It's really not electricity. It's the magnetic field.
Electromagnetism, because they're in a
Yes,
relation to each other.
it is
Does it
not.
power things? Can you like
Yes.
reconvert it to electricity?
Yeah. There was a guy who was running his like business off of it in his garage for 20 years. I swear, I'm not kidding you guys. You guys know I mess around. I'm not joking about this stuff. And
It's not
if we
very
play our cards right,
stable.
if we play our cards right, Chuck is 5 minutes away from basically explaining how to make a UFO. So I'm going to shut up.
Well, you
Oh,
just need to not
Yeah.
know where it
Well,
is, and
rock.
it has to fly, and you can make a UFO.
I'm
No,
still
but Chuck,
reverse engineering my last one I captured.
Oh, you have a UFO factory too.
In Mexico,
I can't wait to go
that's how the
visit
aliens
Chuck's
get
little
in.
compound.
That's how it's in Mexico. That's how the aliens get in.
You thought the Grand Canyon was just a canyon.
Yeah, I'm gullible.
Oh yeah, the tunnel people.
for real though, like you can look up if you did want to. There's definitely a video about people getting power from a grounding metal piece near those like large uh, wires, and there's like lawsuits, and like the people won, like they couldn't make the people pay for the electricity because it's like, what, I don't know, it's not even good anyway.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I am seeing some videos of it. One guy used the fence as a capacitor to get some power from the lines.
Do you see what I'm saying though? Like this is just stuff I kind of like I barely think I know anything. Like the fact that I was able to talk about this much is kind of like, to me, is kind of like, wow, I can't believe I actually explained it semi decently enough. But like clearly there's tons more
There's
evidence.
one guy that charged his cell phone from it. He was able, he had enough power to charge his
Bro,
cell phone.
look up like,
Wait, what? Okay, Hank, this fascinates me.
never mind. I'm gonna put this shit together or something because I know I could present it. It was my organizational problem, my bad.
Well, would it help? Would someone helping you organize it help? Like if you have all the material, somebody who had an organized brain can help you fit it into a coherent form.
Yeah, I'm very good at putting
Yeah,
things in
yeah,
boxes.
you're right about that. I got a few people that, yeah, they would
Like it might,
understand.
like it might involve collaboration where you could do the content part, and then if there's other people that can help you do the
Oh, I
form.
don't care. I just care about the information, man. Like I want solid information that's able to help people, and like not waste people's time, you know, or like not like intentionally or unintentionally lead people towards, you know, the slaughter or whatever of
Yeah,
just not knowing anything. And like, you know, like I said it kind of earlier, I said everybody has value, but just not everybody deserves a microphone, you know, and that's myself included, you know, big time. The
well,
more I shut up,
I
the more I learn.
when you've come on here, the conversations you've had, I think you do a great job. So in presenting it for, like I'm able to track you pretty clearly, and I think you say some profound things. So don't. I mean, if you're in your head about that, I hope that validates some of it for you.
Yeah. You ever see how I like mainly just like make fun or like laugh at people that don't get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you assume
You've
that you don't
mentioned
understand.
your trolling strategy in the past too.
And yeah, yeah, that's not good because that that like, if we want to be honest and we want to be real, dude, I'll say this, it's my opinion, but like the ability to teach across the board, if you know what I'm saying, like not to be like the message is about me or like, oh, I have to be perfect. And no, it's just like, how can as many people understand this genuinely thought out, uh, you know, I don't know, like thing that's designed to be it's designed to be helpful on like multiple levels. Whereas what I usually see is like, so that's like the grassroots perspective from the ground up, I feel like. And I have friends that definitely challenge that view, and I see them as always thinking from the top down, right? And they're like really smart, I can't dismiss what they're saying, but it's interesting where it's like, I don't know, like the dismantling and compartmentalizing of of really anything, like even language, but like it's a design, it's like a, like, you know, like it's I don't know, everybody's technically correct because we're all technically here, we all speak, you know, we all are present, and technically we are correct in, you know, but like, I don't know, just like, uh
Does it help you to like turn the camera on and just talk and get your thoughts captured? And I think even that could help people.
does it help to turn and get the
Like instead of organizing it, just turning on a camera and talking like you're doing now.
no,
Huh.
no, that's what I use my friend that's what I taught, I just talk to my friends about whatever, like, yeah, because usually, dude, everyone's always everyone I know is usually like in a negative mood. Like not I mean people, because I deal with people that aren't my friends, but like all my friends are always usually in really really good moods. But I
And
don't know.
the other people are negative. I don't let people's moods run my life. If somebody's in a bad mood, that's on them. I'm not gonna adjust myself to their mood.
And I'm a sadomasochist, so if they're in a bad mood for a bad reason, I'll just keep prodding them for my entertainment.
Hey, could I tell you a story that I can't prove, but it's kind of funny and like also potentially not funny?
Yeah.
Yeah, we like potentially funny stories here.
Okay, so I went to a music festival with one of my like friends, dude. Been friends with this dude, whatever, since like pre-kindergarten. Like dressing like pumpkins and shit for
So
Halloween.
lifelong.
Yeah, like, but basically, like, so we went to this music festival, and then, dude, I don't know. Anyway, those places are crazy, and one of the things they had was a hunt, and so like you had to like basically go around this like I don't know 30-acre or something property, and you had to like figure out these riddles and shit. And they're like, and there were all these actors, and like it was like part of the show, you know what I mean? If I could describe it in like crude terms, I would describe it as like Pleasure Island when it comes to like that Pinocchio, if you know
Oh
Pinocchio,
yeah, with the
where
Lost
like if
Boy.
you participate too much, like you'll become a fucking donkey, you'll become an ass. So like, but like there are very talented people that go there, right? Like the actors were talented, like performers were talented, and because everybody is like usually under the influence of something, like it makes it interesting, I guess, to see the actors versus the, I don't know, it's just everything kind of becomes blurred or whatever if you whatever. But so we had to finish this, like, so if you finish this hunt, okay, so it was called a passport. So you got this passport, and dude, and so like parts of the hunt were like going through these uh like I don't know what you call them, like going through these like staged events,
Um,
like, and it was like, do you guys know what a banyan tree is?
yeah,
Okay, so yeah, like, so
those branches that hang low or grow from low up.
dude, and the banyan tree has like I don't, not really like a cult me, like it just has like a deep history. The banyans do. So anyway, you gotta, there's all these actors and stuff. I just remember at the end there was a dude in a zebra costume, and he was a black
My
guy.
food.
No, dude, he was a black guy, and I asked him, I go, hey, I go, are you a white zebra or a black zebra? He goes, man, what? He goes, what the fuck you think? You know, dude, it's a good time, you know. But there are mind controlled slave optics going on there for sure. And I brought that up because why?
Because
Because
it's a
no,
funny. It was a potentially funny story
yeah,
that turned
but
out to be an actually even more funny story than I
yo,
thought.
but check this out. So once you finish this passport, then you get this pin, and now you're allowed in the back of these, like, there's like 2 or 3 secret like rooms that you only get in if you get this pin. So, you know, honestly, I'm not even good at like the scavenger hunt type shit, but like my friend's like a weird savant, and he like he doesn't even become himself anymore, and he just figures it out before I can even read what's going on the page. So anyway, he gets us in there, and what happened? Oh, dude, it was gay as fuck. It was like some weird like burlesque. I don't know, something was going on, and I remember dude, one drink was like $18. And my friend was like, "Oh, here's $40." He's like, "You bought the last time." And then so I brought him the one drink back, and he goes, "Where's the change?" I'm like, "Dude, these bitches were like $20 a piece." The fuck you mean? Where's the change at? So now we're sitting at this table. Like I'm just trying to. I don't really like the vibe or whatever, but like I'm just sitting there, like, you know, maybe something good will come from this, right? Like, who am I to prejudge, dude? But then I really felt like for some reason I was going to become part of the show because of where I was sitting. Like, just because of how everything was packed, like I got the front table, and I kept looking under the chair. My friend's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm looking for an X under the chair. Like I'm like so close to the damn thing. I'm pretty much part of the show." So this weirdo comes out and starts trying to say jokes, and I guess they were funny or whatever. Not when you're drinking a $20 drink. They actually are a lot less funny. And then, bro, she looks at me and she goes, "Come up on stage." Oh, I even asked my friend too before. I said, "Hey, do you want to switch chairs with me?" He goes, "No." He goes, "Why?" I go, "I don't know. I try to like do a white lie. I was like, I don't know. I thought you just wanted to be closer." I literally thought they were gonna bring me up, dude, and they did. And then they start going through my pockets, bro. And they're like, "Oh, you got gum in your pocket. What are you trying to get laid?" And like they were like making
That's
fun
what
of me,
gum means.
bro. It was crazy. And then
Like condom.
the second room, there was a slide. You go down into it, and now I'm like paranoid as fuck that like I'm gonna be part of every freaking show that goes on. So they tell everybody to sit around the table. Like I purposely like hid in the corner, like so that they didn't make me part of the show again. And but here, okay, now that's all fun and games, right? Okay, but listen, bro. I don't know. I feel like there's like a human trafficking element that's going on at those music festivals, because I just felt deviant energy, bro. I really did. Like I've been funny about it till now, but bro, like I swear, I don't. Oh man, because have like you guys have seen brainwash as fuck people, and Hank brings. I've seen them. Hank brings up sadomasochism. I witnessed this guy in a what's it called, like in a leash or something.
Or like a gimp.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck it was going on. But I was like, I would never, like, why is this happening? Kind of almost. And then, yeah, there's just this like, I don't know. There's like this deviant. What do you think? You think that's cool or something? Or?
Well, I mean, I come from that world myself.
He's a
Sometimes
Satanist.
How
Yeah,
did
maybe
we
the
go
same.
from electricity to sexual
I don't know, but that
deviancy?
zebra story is the funniest thing I heard. I'm gonna be laughing about that the rest of the day.
It's called
That was a great
lateral
story.
thinking. So
It had everything: tragedy, comedy, irony,
Well,
satire.
at the end of it, my friend and I were laughing at the guy who was in the he was in the leash. He was walking around like a dog and everything.
Oh
And,
yeah, what
and
year?
then,
What decade was this?
oh, dude, this was like 2000, like I don't know, 18 or some
Oh
shit.
yeah, they probably a puppy boy. The puppies were
But
out.
like we were laughing, we were like joking to ourselves. We were like, well, because like whatever the name of the venue that we went to, we're like, oh, how'd you spend your time there? And we were just like laughing because like the guy just spent his time like being a fucking dog or whatever the fuck he was.
Yeah, I have friends that are dogs.
But yeah, I mean, those people shouldn't.
Be at music festivals.
No. Honestly, bro, because psychedelics and mind altering substances are, they're nothing to play with. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, you're not wrong. Not
Okay,
at
so when you start getting around like a little bit deviant type behavior and stuff like that, and you start mixing psychedelics like that, bro. I looked at that guy that was in the thing, that the dog leash thing. I looked at his eyes, and I was like looking to see like if he was going to be like, "Fucking help me," you know what I mean?
Put my
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that there is like that people get taken advantage of in thousands of ways. But I have no doubt that like at music festivals, bro, there has got to be like
Well, why do you think marketing is so
what
successful? Marketing.
marketing?
That's why marketing is so successful.
because of
They talk
sex.
people into buying things that they don't need.
Yeah, but we're talking about a human deciding to buy Jif or fucking Peter Pan versus a guy who's basically like who probably is on like ketamine and has some sort of an addiction. Who knows, dude? And human trap, dude. People go like these people could be missing people, and they're just taking them around on drugs and stuff. Like, bro, like I don't know. Like I got a real weird
Well,
vibe, dude.
You
say
got two experts on panel up there, Jeff and Hank.
yes. So
No,
Brown's boy.
I think what I'm saying, I don't think many people think about, but bro, like I'm telling you, like I test things, and like it, I, I almost need convincing that there isn't something like that involved there, more than needing, convinced that there isn't.
I I
You
don't know
want to
if I
ask
want
your
to add.
experts?
I
No,
don't
go
know if I
first.
want to add fuel to the fire, but I have a story from when I first moved to Austin. I was like 20, 21, and I was looking for jobs, and there was this ad for a job, and you show up at the interviews were at this hotel. So I showed up, and they took you into this room, and the job was they had all this perfume, like these weird off brands of perfume, and they would take you around to different grocery stores and drop you off at the parking lots, and you would go walk around the parking lot and sell the perfume to customers coming out of the store. And then and the thing is, they all live together and they travel together in these vans.
Oh my
These
god!
are,
Oh my
and at
god!
the
I know what
interview, they said, like, do you want to do this work?
I
You
know what
have
you're
to be
talking
ready
about,
to leave today. Did you bring a bag? Like, they wanted me
What?
to, like, go to the
bro.
interview and then leave with them that day and get in this van and be part of
Hey,
this little traveling
So
troupe to sell perfume.
is that the circus?
Gypsies.
What the heck?
It
no,
was
no, no,
weird,
Gypsies.
and I got a creepy vibe from it. I'm like, this
yo,
is
yo,
not a normal job, and it was like street kids kind of that was doing it. It wasn't
yo.
normal
Where
people.
did you find? Was that a Craigslist job?
No,
This
Where
would
did
no,
you
have been
find
back
it?
before the internet. It was probably like the back of a newspaper or something. Like
Oh,
yo,
okay, that was a
guys.
long time
wanted
ago.
ads.
Yo, what
Yeah.
kind of van was it? Was it like those old ass vans?
The rape me vans. I don't know. I
No,
didn't
no, no,
actually
no,
see
no,
the
no.
van,
Like fucking like 60s vans and shit.
like a Scooby Doo van.
Dude, there because at this music festival, and my friends go to some of my friends go to that shit or whatever, and they tell me about it. Like my friends are my social media or whatever. So like, but there are these people who are known who have these like fucking weird vans like that, who they will take people, bro, and they will keep them drugged up, and like they will. That is not a movie. That is reality, dude. That's why I'm wondering. I'm like, what if those are the same people my motherfucking friends were telling me about?
I don't know, but there. I mean, I'm not drawing conclusions for it. It was weird, but there are like little things like that around that
Well, if I
that
get
happen.
enough details from you about exactly what happened, and then I ask my friend, dude, describe to me who these people who thank God you know about them, but
This was like 1991
bro,
something.
I don't,
So even back then, they were.
1991. That's not that.
Yeah.
That's a young cult.
And who knows how long they were doing it. If it's a cult, I mean, it could have been a legitimate thing, but it at the if it wasn't something sinister, at the most it was something scammy.
Well, scammy is sinister to me.
Yeah,
Same
well,
thing.
yeah. It,
Do you have any idea like how many people like? Yeah, I understand everything you guys are saying and stuff, and like it always balances out, and like it's not a waste of time or anything. Dude,
So
people go missing, bro.
yes. So
Okay,
Brown's boy.
and so
Brown's boy.
I don't think Hank has the answer, but I'll still listen. Go ahead.
So the thing is, I'm resistant to that because I figured out how to channel the weird energy we were talking about earlier while sober. So
You just did something. I don't like what you said there. You said talked about channeling weird energy. That's not even something
yes.
I say. So,
Oh
and
my!
if
You
it
don't.
was
it's not the
redefine it,
alternative energy, like the electricity and stuff.
No, I'm talking about the stuff he was talking about with the music festival.
Oh,
right?
like the vibe.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Yes.
I know I figure out the channel that vibe being completely sober. So I'm
What do
not.
you mean you figured out how to channel? What do you channel or
He
what do
can
you
give
say?
off that music festival druggy vibe even when he's sober.
I
Yeah.
pour it. I pour it in.
Yeah.
I don't give it out. I can put myself in that kind of state while not on drugs because
Hey,
I
hey,
didn't have access.
Hank.
Well, you're not gonna
What are
let me
you
say
saying?
anything.
What are you saying that nobody doesn't know right now?
I lock because you think you can read my mind, but you don't know this password. You don't know this
No,
password,
you
and I'm
just
trying to
said.
keep you. I'm trying to explain to you what's happening,
We're having a
but
spur gospel.
but you're in your conspiratorial nonsense hole. I want
Hold
to pull
on.
you out.
You're the one. Hold on.
You
Okay,
just
let's
come to the
start.
music festival.
Let's start over. Let's start over. Say it again, Hank, from the beginning.
Yes. So I can get myself into those trance states you're talking about at the music
Trance?
festival. Yes.
Okay,
Well,
that's a
sober.
fact. I accept that. So what?
So I'm resistant to the thing you're afraid of.
What am I? Okay, now I'm afraid. I didn't realize I was afraid. Okay, that's maybe the part I missed. What am I afraid of?
Being in this human trafficking music festival things.
You think I'm afraid that people might be trafficked in areas like that? So you're wanting to do what about that?
Well, protect myself from it, which I can do, and protect you from it with my techniques.
I'm not going to get trafficked at them. Okay, you're not going to get trafficked at them. So is that your point? Is that you're saying I was like, other people do, bro? Like I wasn't talking about you or me.
No, you were talking about you because you said you were trying to sit away from the stage because you didn't want to be pulled up because you may be pulled into that kind of thing.
The show,
No,
not
I didn't
because
think.
he was
No,
gonna
I
get
didn't think they were going
trafficked.
to get trafficked. I just didn't want to be part of like what I felt was like stupid. Like I didn't like the vibe. I didn't want to be part of the like. I didn't want to be
Well,
part of the show.
Why was you there in the first place then?
He was going through that little
Oh
passport
my
game.
god, dude! The passport, my friend, dude.
He's a passport bro.
Okay.
It's a stupid thing, bro. It's like Pleasure Island from Pinocchio. It's what it's designed to take. It's designed to give people the sense of freedom while essentially being assessed by the CIA the entire time. If you want my honest opinion,
You think there were feds planted in the passport
bro,
game?
there were
Maybe
feds
the
there
dog,
for
the
sure.
zebra, or the dog.
There were feds there for sure. Dude,
They had that. Isn't that Sam Brinkman guy that Biden hired that stole the luggage? He was at all that. It could easily be a fed. This is one of the most entertaining stories I have heard.
News anchors are feds.
I don't ever want it to end. Keep it going.
Anderson Cooper, CIA.
Wait, what? You talking about the mole?
I'm talking about
He hosted the mole.
I'm talking about the whitest
His dad was
trans
CIA, wasn't he? Or was it Anderson?
No, I just felt, dude. Okay, so when it comes to humans, being taken advantage of, dude, I don't care who you are. I don't like people getting taken advantage of, right? Okay, I happen to be a person that, physically is capable of like, and so are you guys, all capable of like, if something's going wrong, like we're capable of making it right. Okay, and like, yeah, we could overcomplicate it and stuff like for fun and for, but there's like, I don't know, man, there's mad amnesia going on, or people don't remember their like where like not necessarily where they came from, but like at least the respect that allowed people to be here, no matter how evil and wild some of the shit may seem. I don't think it's funny to like joke about like people possibly being trafficked and shit. Like I think this might be this is probably the first time I've ever even mentioned this in a platform where it was like, oh, okay, I could get some reactions from some people who like, who I trust to at least not waste my time.
I've heard you mention it before.
No, what?
About the trafficking thing.
Not about the music festival though.
Oh no, not about the specific music festival, just in general.
Yeah, like I mean, because you could say a lot of things as human trafficking, so like that's kind of my thing, for saying like to bring the topic out in general, but specifically, dude, at this music festival, that's why I had that specific story. But like, if you're going on dating apps,
Well,
that's
what was
trafficking,
the
bro.
type
Like,
of music? What was the type of music at the festival? Do you remember?
yeah, man, it was like it was house music, it was trance, it
Like
was
an
what
EDM festival.
yeah, I can't even remember half the names of some of the dumb shit. So the hard so it was some of it was hard style. It's dude, it's not I don't know, man. You know, it's not done by accident. Let's say it that
Oh yeah, that's true.
way.
That is true.
And I would agree a lot more with the government. You know, not like I hate them or anything. Obviously they have hard jobs, like let's not take away that. But I'll tell you what, dude, if any parts of the government are harboring like child molesters and stuff like that, which some of them are definitely guilty of, we need to be having some different conversations than, how many times did Snafu lie this week?
You mean the public school system?
Child Protective Services. I mean, what I do, Hank, we're talking about starting a whole new thing.
Well, make sure I didn't hear about it before.
I don't know what you said, bro.
I mean, if you're starting a whole new thing, make sure I didn't hear about it before.
Yeah, then it won't be new to him by the time you start it. So surprise him.
Hank, are you surreptitiously trying to tell me you don't want to be involved in any potentially valuable interactions for a small or large populace of people?
So I explicitly told you the opposite a couple times already in this conversation. So
Why
I
don't you
actually want to
enlighten?
be.
Why don't you
So I,
enlighten me instead of sounding like a guy like talking about sarcasm, and I have to like think 3 times about what you said before I even realize what you're talking about?
because you already decided that I don't have anything valuable to say, so
He
you
didn't say
try
that.
to. So you try to
I'm
shut me up and
literally
fuck me out.
asking you to say valuable things. That's exactly what I'm asking you to do.
Okay.
So
Well,
what's the problem? Does it hurt your feelings?
no. The problem is you're not listening to me well enough.
That seemed like a common problem with you.
Okay, so how does one listen to Hanko Flamio better? If it is me, actually, let's use me personally. How do I listen to you better?
You let me
Well,
finish my statement. You gave me time to reply. Sometimes that's how you listen to me better, so I can get feedback, so we can get to the point.
what's
Yeah,
the
but
point?
sometimes even when that happens, when the person gives their response, you feel like it if it doesn't match what you were putting out, that they didn't listen correctly. Even when they give you the time and everybody gets to talk without interruption stuff. Sometimes you still are disappointed in people's listening skill because
Yeah,
you don't feel
that's
like they fully took in what you were trying to say.
yes.
Well, I will say that
I agree.
I do respect Hank enough to listen to him, and um, I think it's normal, or it's probably like I don't know, habit, where at least this is what I see. There's many conversations online, and the more you take part of, you know, not saying no one's perfect, but the less you'll actually remember. Um, and so it's interesting to
Um.
see who remembers which parts, and like I'm not part of this convenience game. So, okay, I have learned some things. I've definitely learned some respect for some people that have kind of showed me that they've earned it. And yeah, like those things are important to me, not everyone, like if you see me in public life and in private life, like I really The only thing I really change is like what I talk about. Like I still talk about the same stuff. I just say it differently. I'll say it publicly more jokingly because everyone seems so motherfucking butt hurt about everything. So yeah, like okay, yeah, I'm trying to learn how to do that a little bit better. But you know, uh, I'm not about like let's take for like these debates, dude. For example, my idea of a debate, without looking at a dictionary, without being told by anybody what a debate should be, what I think it should be is like, hey, um, I'm an individual who's invested in this topic, okay, and I take it seriously. Oh, here's another person who's invested in this topic, and they take it seriously. Okay, cool. Now we can like it's basically like free science. Like we can basically like figure fucking shit out to get and here's the thing is like if I was wrong about something, or like if I started completely obfuscating and like playing some sort of like, stupid semantic like popularity egoic game, like I just think that's the dumbest shit in the world. When it comes to like actually trying to figure out and have a real discussion, and then to have that be presented as real, if it's like I would just be embarrassed, some of these people, to come back online ever. I would just be embarrassed. Like, dude, some of these people get like clowned and fooled so bad, and like they just pretend like I don't know. Like I don't know what they're doing. It's like Groundhog Day or some shit for these people.
Yeah, I don't either. There's a lot of shamelessness and obliviousness around.
So I just want clarification. Your idea of debate is pretty much individuals invest in a topic and they kind of present their side.
Like,
That's obviously the mechanism, but what the goal is to not just so here. Let me just like reframe it real quick. Like you can speak and teach at the same time. So like to me, speaking to make a point, if one person gets it, that's great or whatever. But like speaking across the board, if you can get two people that can kind of speak, I don't know, man. People has got so many opinions, which I'm not. Opinions are interesting. They give you something to do, but they get you nowhere. So, I don't. It's not even correct.
they can't. I mean, they could be a starting point. I don't know if they
Yeah,
get you
Hank,
nowhere.
what do you? My idea of a debate, like it doesn't even matter what my idea of dude, it's not to fuck around. My idea of a debate is not to fuck around. How about this? How about this? If you're not sure if I'm serious or not, just think I'm serious, okay? Like that'll save you 75% of time.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand your position. That's why I asked for a clarifying question.
Well, you just
Okay.
weren't listening, Hank. That means you weren't listening. You should
Well,
listen
I
better
could
next
have
time. You
listened to
wouldn't
it
have
on the
to
loop.
ask questions,
I could
dumbass
have
questions.
listened to it on the loop, but I wouldn't understand what he
Okay,
meant.
all right,
So
Hank.
that's why I asked a clarifying
Hank, if
question.
you challenge me to a debate right now, just doesn't matter, and then I say, okay, I'll accept it, and then you're like, what is your idea of a debate? I would say we're going to focus on one topic, one surface topic, and then if we're smart, we should delineate that topic like linearly or whatever, like with like a chart and shit, so people can see it, and also we can't forget it, and also keep referencing it or make changes to it if we had to, and so it's more so like let's get to a solution of some sort where like that doesn't even have like, dude, I go to the store and I buy shit, I bring it home, it doesn't even work. Like I can't even trust that. Like how am I?
How much broken shit do you buy? That happens to me every now and then. But most things I buy work. Where are you shopping?
Same here.
A lot of people are selling me broken ideas too, man, and it's hard to realize. Like I understand you have to accept it because that's what they've accepted, at least for the time being. and then you have to, you have to not frame people in. That's what I don't like about debates, is they try to frame your ass in. Oh, you think this, therefore. It's like, bro, like, do you want to talk about it, or do you want to just be like a little
That's
halt?
not debate. That's not what. Like, if you were at a real debate, that wouldn't happen. What you see on YouTube is not debates.
But that's all there is, though, right? I mean, like, what else is,
Because real
and,
debates would be boring. Nobody would watch them.
oh,
I'm a nerd. I'll watch a whole bunch of boring things.
Chuck, there's a dam near Nashville that just busted. Are you in danger? This could be another action story.
It's drowning right now.
Oh, he might be. This is
What's the name of it's not Nickeljack, is it?
it's near Nashville. Let's see. Holmes is a small city in southern Illinois. Oh wait. Oh, there's a Oh, Nashville, Illinois. Sorry, not Nashville,
Oh,
Tennessee.
I know where that's at.
Illinois is like one of the most corrupt places. I pray for anybody,
That's where the mob,
especially Chicago, man. I pray for anybody.
Oh, okay.
The mob New Orleans is corrupt too. The mob started in New Orleans, and then it moved up to Chicago, or made its transfer to Chicago.
So, Browns boy, you don't like debate because you don't want to be pinned down to a position to defend. Is that correct, or is it something?
Well, you're okay. I see why you would say that. I really do. Like, but, like, how could you pin any fucking thing down to a position, let alone a person?
Oh, well, it's simple. So when I debate, I actually want to have a coherent position and consistently present all the time, over and over again.
Okay,
so
how about this? I'm in the same position you are.
You didn't let me finish.
I know.
Okay, do you want to do it like CNN, or do you?
No, I want you to finish, but I want you to understand that you are in no different position than me. So you can continue if you want.
Interruptions happen here. You know that. So come on, don't be such a stickler.
No, I don't. All right.
No, explain to me what you were explaining. Just understand that I'm already thinking I'm gonna find less reasons to disagree with you than you're already talking about. You like that shit?
So pretty much when I debate, I want to present a consistent model. So I don't disagree with myself in my own debate and my own presentation. I want my model to be consistent, not necessarily complete, but I want to be consistent so I don't disagree with myself. Because if I have a contradiction, someone can point that out and blow up my own argument, and people will not be convinced.
Well, yes. But before you're even wrong, I could hear that you were already worried about whatever you call it, public. What do you call that when they how they look at your perception?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I heard that, and then you said, "Well, if I'm wrong, I would look." I already heard that before you even said that. So,
yeah,
yeah. Who cares?
I do. That's why I'm debating. That's why I'm
but
my social
you want to debate from a place that you can't basically look bad. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, when I'm right, I'm right. And not everyone knows I'm right yet. So.
Well, that's not how right. I feel the same way. I feel like I'm right all the time. People don't listen to me, and eventually they learn that I'm right too. But that's not how debate works, or that's not how being right in the context of a debate works. You have to. It has to be demonstrated that you're right.
Right, and but I'm against people using stupid little you know what? Here's my biggest qualm with a debate, or even language or communication in general, is people entirely speak too much, myself included. Okay, I'm not perfect.
Too much for who? For what? What's the standard
well,
we're using?
Here's what I was thinking the other day. Okay, is why? Okay, so when you're not speaking, okay, there's silence. So really, at the basics, what is the point of breaking silence? And so I was like, I want it to be, we break silence, like we are now, we've all been doing it now, but we all break silence for the reasons that we have. and you can look back and look at it from that perspective. But a lot of people break silence for really dumb shit. And I'm not judging. Go ahead. Yeah.
Should we just all sit on the streams and not talk?
Oh, see, that would be like that would be like the jihad to that what I just said, like idea. Like that would be.
It's weird for me to be around another person and not talk. If there's silence, that's awkward. Like it's weird to just be silent around another person.
It's like everyone. So like you have value, Hank. You have value.
That's debatable. Continue.
Well, okay. Well, fight amongst yourself. Does that mean that you need a microphone?
Negative.
Okay. So right here, everything we're doing is extra. So we should be having fun and exploring the ideas of questions, like whatever. I don't know.
I'm enjoying the hell out of this.
But like
Hank has a grin this big on his face.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it too.
Yeah, because Hank thinks he's learning.
I think we are.
I'm learning about you, at least.
Exactly. I was joking, thinking about like how you think you're learning about me. I was like in my head, I was like, ha ha ha, like that's a total joke. So then I only said half of it, and when you confirmed it, like that is hilarious, bro. Like Hank, what patterns do you think that you see that? Because like when I first met Hank, I was like, okay, dude definitely has his own cadence and like rhythm. I don't know. And then what I've been noticing though is that you're pretty much I think you're promoting moron. No, I'm sorry, that's judgmental. I think you're promoting things that maybe you don't understand that you're promoting. And I'm not saying you don't know what you're doing. I'm just saying that like maybe you don't see that you promote like you're, in my opinion, you're not like retarded. But some of these people who like quote unquote by society aren't retarded, you seem to promote them. I don't get it.
Oh, so what I'm doing is I'm elevating their status so they could be turned into Swiss cheese by public opinion. It's tactical.
Is it though?
Yes.
Okay. So you think by talking about things that you would rather not be around, you think talking about those things constantly is helping?
Yes. Because they get more leverage on it.
Leverage meaning that you still deal with the thing that you don't want to deal with?
Yes, but I have an easier time dealing with it.
Why don't you just not deal with it?
Because I can't send myself to another universe yet. I don't have the technology.
Why would you need to be in another universe to not talk about these people who are basically mostly inaccurate and they're not even like they're not even respectful or anything. What do you gain by talking about them, honestly?
Because they're still influencing my world. They still have some power. They still or have some relevancy, and I'm still gonna run into them.
I don't see how a liar and how a person, I don't see how they have any power over you. Could you enlighten me? Because I don't understand how you will describe them having power over you when I do not see it. Can you describe it?
Yes. So if I'm going to talk to them eventually, I better have my story straight, better have my cards right, I better know what they're gonna do. I'm building models here.
So I don't understand why is there. So you're saying that like essentially what you're doing is more on the offensive.
Yes,
and
I'm
that
doing
and that
research.
and that is going to reap benefits in the future, which I clearly don't see, but you see, and you think that that's helping you stay away from all of that.
Well, let me put it this way: two guys that Gen X Jeff won't have on this show, they think they're okay with me. They don't have an issue with me, and I'm not afraid of them
So if you're not afraid of them, why do you talk about them?
because that's how I keep them pacified. I don't have to say you can't come on. They're just not come on. They're just not invite themselves on anyways. They won't have an issue. They don't have a reason to come on. They don't have a problem with me.
So if you don't talk about them, then why would they talk? Oh, you're saying they talk about you even though you don't talk about them. So therefore, you must have some sort of responsible.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much that's close enough.
I
You
would.
kind of understand that.
Can't you just be like, yo, this guy's an actual fucking retard. He makes no sense, and fuck anything that comes out of his mouth. And if he, if he wants to be a little bitch about it, tell him to go ahead and do something because it's been 2.5 years, and I don't even think he's taken a shower.
So the problem with that is that if you don't got
Well,
receipts, you don't got evidence,
I just
then
said it. Don't you see that? I just
let me
said it.
finish. Can you let me
Yes, sir.
I'll get started again. The problem
Please.
with that is if you don't have receipts, you don't have evidence. It's just hearsay. So you could say, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, well, it's pear shaped. Well, someone can find a clip and disprove my statement. That's why it's not enough.
Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson is not snafu. Number one. Okay. And honestly, you know what though? You know what? Fuck. Now that I'm double thinking about it, they are kind of similar, but they're not the same person. Okay. And just because a lot of idiots believe what one person says, honestly, that's their fault, right? Why would you want to get involved with their stupidity? Is kind of my question.
Because I want to reduce the total amount of stupidity.
So the plan is to eventually eliminate Snaf or drive him from the community or Panoverse?
No, it's even better. I'm gonna. The plan is to make him do act more reputable, so he accomplishes his goals. Uh, Assuming his goals is getting reducing guess pedo pogo, I want him to actually do so. But if he's just gonna hit what's that called?
Okay, so
If
Hank,
he's just gonna hit that report button, it's not gonna get anything done. Wait, that's the wrong 72.
Well, he's. I don't know if it's him or you, but the opposite is happening right now. I don't know if that's a reflection of your skill or his tenacity.
he will
But
never
his
produce.
reputation is
Go ahead.
going further in the commode. It's not elevating.
Well, the machine lies said on my last stream that he gave Officer Snaps permission to chat in his on his channel again. So
So,
That doesn't mean people his reputation's
so
going up.
hey, yo,
well,
hey, right now it's 4:30 in the afternoon. So,
that's a fact that kind of joshes your notion. That's
okay, so
Just
I,
because he has the ability to comment doesn't say anything about how people feel about it.
Hank, you're not
So
being.
why would you give?
How do you expect
Why
to be
would the machine
snafu if you're
lies?
gonna
Why
lie?
would the machine lie? Okay, can I talk or you want to talk?
Yeah,
sir?
as long I'm just telling you how are you going to beat snafu if you keep lying?
Okay, how is the machine lies think really low of Officer Snaps if he gave him the permission to chat again when he was
That's
banned?
one person.
That is an entirely different conversation.
Doesn't determine the level of Snap's reputation or not.
Okay,
Just
so how
machine
many
lies.
people? How many people do I need? How many people?
For
How
what?
many people? I mean, for what? One
I'd
person's
say
not
like
enough. How many
a
people?
good number of the majority of the regulars in the Panelverse, I
Okay.
guess, once they start welcoming Snafu and taking him seriously and seeing him as credible and
Hank,
valuing his
So,
contributions.
so how many people is that?
I don't know
Hank,
how
you're the
big do you
only.
think this sector of the panelverse is? Like 10-ish, 8. Some of the main
Uh,
channels
s-
or main panelists, main
so
players.
so it's like if it's let's assume it's 10. Well, I got 1/10, so I just
Okay.
need five. I just need 5 more. So that's why one person
Right, but
counts.
before you started, you probably would have only needed 3 or 4 more. But Snafu himself has been reversing all of the progress you've been trying to make. So he's setting you back. It's like 2 steps back. So your little one is just covering the ground that Snafu himself already lost under your tutelage.
I'm
Yeah,
a bow
but
out. I'm a bow out. Like, just I want to hear what you guys have to say because I think you guys might know more about this than me.
I don't know anything about that Snafu drama actually, other than the recent stuff that just happened. I ignore him. He's so uninteresting of a character. I mean, he's the same little running across the screen at the bottom. He's not the main focus of the content at
Well,
all for me. So
the
I don't
one
know how he becomes the center of the whole
yeah,
panelverse drama.
the one thing I have to say right now that I think negates almost everything Hank has said, not altogether, just in love, I say this, is that he is the only one who is talking about him, in my opinion. I only hear Hank talking about Snafu. Okay, I don't hear anybody else talk about him. So Hank,
Yeah,
you're doing your part, buddy. You're a great advertiser. I think maybe he's taking advantage of that, and you're unaware.
I'm gonna
yeah, I
raise.
don't. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Bounce. I have no clue what I'm doing. You're right. I'm just retarded. I got you.
I'm gonna do you work for you
Whoa,
right
dude!
now, Hank. I'm gonna elevate Snafu right now. That trolling he did the other day was masterful. That was some of the best. He should get a troll award for it. I think he did a very valuable service to the community, and I think you are his other victim. I think he also should get another trophy for having you run around with his name in your mouth all the time. You are
Okay.
very much doing his work for him and helping him to carry out
I'm
his
a
mission.
Yeah.
I,
So you also deserve a award because I talked about you in the same stream. So
Ron, I'm not even
you
trying
also
to
won yourself a
troll. You
troll
are
award.
Hank.
you are the best troll tool that
Hank,
even non-trolls could have as a friend.
Hank.
Yeah.
I live approximately, just off the top of my head, like 2-3 hours from Pittsburgh. I'm gonna get a snafu jersey, and you'll be able to wear his name on your back, and you could just everywhere you go, you could just don't you won't. I'm gonna find ways where you don't even have to mention the name because I don't think you notice that you're doing it.
Yeah. I have no clue what I'm doing. I have no idea where I am right now, Bronzeport. You're right.
No, bro,
I'm
like
not a Gen X
I
chef.
do.
I'm
No,
not an
you're throwing
outlier
away
next
my
style.
good,
I have no idea where
bro.
I am.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I will stop, but like I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. I'm like kind of on your side, and you're taking it as saying you're like saying I'm saying things that I'm not really saying
Okay.
because
Wait till I get the
because you
shirts.
think I'm inferring that you're stupid, and that is your problem. Because I
Okay.
actually believe in you, and I wouldn't waste my time talking to you if I didn't. And so I'm not going to take that as disrespect from you. I'm going to take it as ignorance.
Okay. I'm not understanding you then. Um. So I'm being fooled by Officer Snaps because I talked about him to change his behavior, and you don't think that's a good idea because why? I
I
need to
think
know what.
I think it's foolish to try to change anybody's, but you don't have the power to change their behavior. Only people can change their own behavior. And Snap doesn't strike me as the type of person that's going to be changing his behavior anytime soon. So it seems like a
Yes.
fool's errand.
Hey, hey,
So
you
here's
know
the
what it's
trick.
like?
I'm actually letting them do their behavior, but what I'm doing is actually slowly changing their environment so I get the free energy out of them, if you know what I mean. So I actually figured out that I can't
No,
That's
actually
the
change their
energy
no,
you're
behavior.
going after. Like
no.
that's the quality of
You
energy you're
you don't get to
choosing.
pretend to be honest and then use ominous general terms to describe what you're doing, sir.
Is
I
he like
just
the
did.
power lines
I
that
know
you
you
try
just
to
did it.
like
That's why I said.
Yeah.
electricity from?
So I'm doing like a ladder of subjects. I'm going up the
You know
ladder of
what?
who's more relevant.
Let me focus on Hank. Hank, I didn't mean to say that what you're doing is wrong. I didn't like that's not my goal. My goal is to look at what the information I have presented and do my best to listen. And if and to not put words into people's mouth and to not assume too many things. But overall, I am trying to be helpful. I want you to know that. And so that's where I came from with that. And you know what? You don't have to, even if I wanted you to, you wouldn't have to tell me your motives or anything like that.
But yeah, it is wrong in some sense. I'm totally disrupting a natural order.
Huh?
It is wrong in some sense. I'm totally disrupting the natural order of things because it's not
The
the way I
natural
want
order
it
of
to
the panelverse? Come on.
Absolutely, and I'm
Bro.
going to scale up to other places too. I don't want just this part of the multiverse. I'm going to scale into other places as soon as I
Hey,
get the
Jeff, can you try to
formula
get
right.
answers out of him? Because I don't think I can come up with the best words to continue.
I'll try one question. What's the question? What's the answer you want?
No, you're doing a better job at communicating with Hank because he is, like, I'm not
In
blaming
office.
him. I'm accepting that, like, he doesn't really want to hear what I have to. He's at least pretending he doesn't want to
I'm
hear what
not
I have
sure
to
what
say.
his goal is with SNAF, but SNAF is self-sabotaging in a pretty big way right now. So if you're hitching something that relies on SNAF being successful some way, I think you might want to like reevaluate that project.
Well, the
Hank,
thing is, I'm doing like the opposite thing you're doing. Instead of trying to build a space myself, I'm trying to find the agents and see if they're useful for anything. And Snaps is so useless that he's like one of the best candidates because if something does happen to change and he's useful for something, then it's a major change.
It just seems like such low-hanging fruit. So you're like he's something to experiment on because
Yes,
he's very low risk, low consequence.
yes.
But in the meantime, all you're doing is keeping his brand out there the whole time,
yeah,
empowering him in the process.
yeah,
Like you're doing more for him than I think he might be
for
doing for you.
real.
Right?
I know.
Giving you this practice,
Yes,
You're like
but
his PR manager, bro.
right?
yeah, I am like that. But I'm
So
trying
you
to.
assume he's gonna get big, and then what? He's
While his
gonna turn
career
around and
explodes.
help you after you've been talking shit the whole time?
Hell no, hell no. But once I get the formula right, I can reuse it on
You're like,
someone else.
well, you and Destiny's PR manager might want to get together and talk because y'all are pretty much in the same boat right now.
Hank, I would take
Your
a
boy is
communication class with
imploding.
you, bro.
Say again.
I just, the things you focus on are interesting. I got to be honest, they're interesting.
Are there any other candidates like
the
Snafu that are in the running?
Oh, you know them.
I can think of maybe two.
Oh, so Hank is.
I'm going through Jeff's
ooh.
ban list. Jeff's ban list is who my main targets are.
Who
is Hank or not
your
Hank?
ban list? Jeff, your ban list is pretty much my main targets. Anyone who's not even allowed on this show.
Yeah, that's something that Discordian
am I the ultimate
brownie points under pressure would say.
On all of my behalf, I'm the ultimate driver of all this.
Well, you are my Panelverse daddy, so maybe you
Hank.
are.
That son, we're gonna have a father heart to heart soon.
Okay, is Snafu a scammer?
I don't think. Does it people pay him for stuff?
It's hard to say because he doesn't have any product. He's just a conspirator. He's just a conspirator.
But can you do you think you could be a scammer in the form of like do you think someone who is a liar could be considered a scammer?
I classify those differently. So he's a conspirator. So he pushes.
But what if he uses? But what I'm saying is, what if he uses that as a cover? You see what I'm saying? That's the easiest cover I could think of.
But no one gives him money. Like he's making.
Well, that's not entirely true. He does get money, but it's only from like a couple women.
Let's not even bring up money. Let's not even bring up money because scamming doesn't involve money for me. First.
Oh, okay. That's
Scamming involves knowing better and doing worse for personal gain. Now, personal gain doesn't have to be monetary.
What gain is he getting? Everybody hates him. He's being exposed as the incompetent fool and nincompoop that he is.
Well, I can tell you what gain he is doing. I don't know what he's gaining, but what he's doing is he's actually promoting. So he goes around and he goes, oh, this person, that person, oh, and they keep he keeps saying names of all these people, and like say you're a brand new person, you just showed up.
He promotes me, and then because he's always talking about me too.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
Like
he
we're
does.
doing to
But
him. We're all promoting each
Yeah.
other right now. So why are we promoting the lowest, like the sewers of the Panoverse? Why would we not want to promote the better?
because they all
Because
okay, I'm gonna lay it down right now.
Mhm.
Ready? Whenever these people make hit pieces, you know, quote unquote hit pieces, like some fucking white chicks, fucking Marlon Wayans type shit, they make their little hit pieces on each other. Did you ever notice that they all tag each other in them? It means that when you hit their video, you also get alerted of these other 5 idiots that did the same thing. So what it is a loop. They use each other's names in order to keep like these are the players. Oh, stay over here. Oh, Flo's hilarious. Machine. You know, he's chill as fuck. Like whenever we want time off from drama, you know, complete drama idiocy, like we'll hang out with TML. Like it's dude. I'm telling you, like that's why they're labeling each other in their shorts and in their videos, and they make hit pieces. You ever go to these places, bro? They just play fucking clips of each other.
Yeah.
So I'm not sitting here saying they're trying to take over the freaking world, but I am saying that they don't mind working together to stay relevant in a small way. And I've seen even some of these people, when they do reach out, it seems very controlled the way that they reach out to these different creators. And like I've seen a lot of so to teach across the board, I'm not going to be crude right now, but I've seen a lot of like pumping, right? Where like these people will go to other streams and like they'll just sit there and like delineate a conversation, or whenever it's like maybe their turn to talk and like maybe they pretended to be polite for like 5-10 minutes, and then they'll just be like, honestly, they'll be sucking each other's dicks like, oh, it's this guy's turn to talk, and you know, let me, and they'll just sit there and agree with like stupid shit. And like one of the things I'll commend, I'm not really huge on giving too much, what do you call it, like compliments and shit, but like if we're talking seriously, like yeah, man, like you gotta shut some fucking stupid shit down sometimes, man. These people are out here playing games. Half these people got IMDb's, dude.
I know. Yeah, I noticed that. Part of it is I don't catch. I'm just very naive and trusting, and I don't catch it right away. But when I do catch it, I get rid of it. Sometimes it just takes me a while because I don't know what's going on. I
Check
don't
this
know that
out.
it's a game.
Oh wait, I already told you guys. Never mind. But it's I call it the American Idol theory. It's like, you know, I don't know.
Like the audition ones.
Like 3% of people make it, and then but like the other 97% still think that they're stars, bro. Look around some of these places. You cannot tell me that these motherfuckers, even if they didn't try out for American Idol and got failed, these people think they're something, and that's the sad part, is that they are. But we got we got amnesia, and we got fucking dramnesia. That's a good one now.
I
just
wish.
made that
I'm
up.
trying to have dramnesia.
But yeah, I'm done, dude. I'm done with my ideas.
So you pretty much got it. You pretty much got it, but the reason I had to engage in this is because I pretty much can't take any other path, because I just get backstabbed when I go into a management level. I get backstabbed.
That sounds like powerlessness and victimhood. I think you are in control of paths you take and like exploring other
Maybe
options.
it's because of the way you deal with people, Hank. I mean, look at the way you fucking deal with snafu. Like, how many people are going to be like, oh yeah, that's cool as fuck for like a month?
Well, I'm not tall enough. I can't get by. When I did
that means nothing.
Lanza user group, I ran they tried not to elect me, and they decided to destroy the group itself. And so this is
telling you,
just stuff that
Hank,
keeps
you
happening.
complain, but if you would take this off and stop wearing these little polos and just get you a nice gold chain and sit there like Midbro does, I think you would find a big change in your experience here and your ability to meet your goals. So you can self-empower at any moment.
Then
if
why
you
don't you
chose.
doing it
And
right
I'm
now?
I
Why
don't
don't
have
you
the
doing
same
it?
goals.
I'm
I
not
don't
gonna.
need to do that. I don't have, and I have before. We've done the chesties plenty of times. It's
I
summer and I'm wearing t-shirts.
I am not going to tell Hank what to do because I'm not like stupid enough to believe he would actually listen to me. But what I will say is that Hank's like the dude. I'll tell you what, man. If you go to sleep with dogs, you will wake up with fleas, dude. And I'll tell you what, man. You keep a certain boundary, a certain respect for yourself, and you have those types of people around you. You wouldn't be singing these little songs of whoever this fucking idiot. I think he's in. I have seen zero proof. I have even asked Snafu for like proof. I've been like, dude, like you say you write articles and shit. Like, where are they? Oh yeah. And then, anyway, and then Hank.
Okay. This is how I look at this. You're doing to me like what Pussy Paul did to me. He's not comfortable with who I talk to, so you're trying to use social control to modulate who I talk to based on a list you have in your head
You
that you
think I
didn't give to
told you
me.
who
So
to
what I
talk
need
to?
you to do is give me the list. Give me a
You
list of who's I'm approved to talk to. Or
You
talk
think I
about.
told you who to talk to, Hank?
Absolutely. Or talk about.
Okay, who did I tell you to talk to?
You told me not to talk about and talk to Snafu.
I didn't say that. I said when you talk about him, the result is that you're his fucking number one fanboy.
He even specifically said, Hank, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I don't want to tell you what to do. I'm not going to tell Hank what to do.
Got him.
Yes.
Got him.
Yeah,
So,
you
dude,
got.
whatever. I
trying
don't
to
know. Maybe this shit I don't know. Don't change your ways, dude. Like, I don't know. A lot of the shit is contrived behind the scenes, and
We're
Hank
just
does say,
giving you feedback. Like,
if you want me to be super hyperbolic and like comedic about it, I don't even think Hank has a job. I think he just works out on a Bowflex like 3 hours a day. When he says he does logistics, I think he's just like behind the scenes talking about like drama. No.
So, do you want me to show you a paycheck to prove you wrong? Do I pull up ADP?
Hank, I couldn't have set that up in more of a way that lets you knew I was joking. I just fucking.
I do believe that he works, but I don't know how he works and stays on the panel versus the amount of hours he does, and
telling you,
still
bro.
have that coexist in the same temporal reality.
Dude's just sitting on the Bowflex 3 hours a day drinking protein shakes. I'm telling you, man.
I could show you how,
Hank,
but I don't know if you care.
Hank, let me help you out. If you think that you're learning me, you may have a better idea of learning other people than I do. I don't know. But what I'm telling you, what I'm doing is I'm just completely joking with you, bro.
Oh, the bit non-bit. I gotcha.
Well, there's some shit I don't joke about, bro. Is it all a joke to you, Hank?
In some sense, yes.
Is my time not well spent around you because we're going to have like loose end conversations that end with egoic nonsense? Because if that's the case, just tell me now.
That's your choice. I like resolution.
And your resolution about what's his name, Snafu, your resolution is to sit there like every day and talk about him. And I'm telling you, as a not only like, let's not even go to the friend level. Logically, what the fuck are you doing?
So I talked about Till Swan for a bit. I talked about Bill Gates for a bit. I talk about lots of people.
I
don't know if there's other people. Oh, I kind of know Till Swan. Who was the other one? Bill Brady.
So Hank, Hank, what's your brand? Because you spend all the, you know what? Let me do you a favor. You spend all this time talking about other people. What's your brand, brother? Let me fill me in on what you got going on, because I'm more
Oh,
interested in that shit than the shit you think I'm interested in, since you're such a good studier of me.
they call me the Black Gay Witch. Because my brand is I actually want to take control over the
Hank,
universe and have some leverage and get some
Hank,
stuff done.
That's even more outrageous than Talcott.
Hank.
He's only going after the
No,
world.
I get. Okay, okay.
It's actually multiverse, but it's hard to explain.
Too
All right.
much for color TV.
All right. So, do you want to know the secrets of the universe? Is that kind of it?
He wants to control it.
It's
So
not necessarily the secrets. It's just that I want the best formulas. I want the best playbooks.
And so, what? Now, let me ask you this
he wants
very
to get
important,
laid. He's trying to
very,
get laid.
very important question.
Correct.
How detailed is your blueprint that you care so much about of your own life? How much of your blueprint is created?
I had to draw my blueprint because my assumptions were wrong.
Well, then it doesn't seem very important. If I just gave you the idea, then does it?
But my assumptions were wrong, so the plan I used to have, I just had to throw it away because I just got
How do
programmed
you
stuff that
throw
didn't
away
work.
something you didn't even write down?
I did write it down. They made
Okay.
me write down in school.
Okay. Well, fuck, man. Maybe roll the next one up into a spliff. But listen, man. At the end of the day, Hank. Listen, man. I'm not gonna like. I think you and I have a understanding of like, um, you know, friendliness or whatever. So, and
Yeah.
same with
Or the whatever,
Gen,
probably.
dude, Gen X, man.
Oh, I hope. Hey, homie, you the homie. I hope. Yeah, we're cool as far as I'm concerned.
I'm telling you, man, dude.
Hey, if you, I'm serious about your channel.
I hated Gen X when I first met him.
It
Holy
took us
fucking shit.
days, weeks.
Dude, I thought you
You
were
were a panel
sent.
Karen. You kept trying to micromanage.
I thought you were sent by the CIA to fucking be a psychological terrorist, dude.
No, that's
I'm
all.
kidding. I'm
All
kidding.
my
I'm not
own.
that serious, but
It's all free, complimentary. It's not funded
yeah,
by the CIA at
no.
all.
But I've actually learned. I've actually learned. I've actually learned a little bit. From everybody. But
Well, I hope you do some. I hope you do something. I do encourage. If you need help or support or something like that, let us know for the channel.
well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Hank's got going on, but I don't got a lot of time to fight like fake enemies and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
I don't think internet's real. Like,
Then where are we right now?
you're in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm on
it's
Pennsylvania,
it's
but
not
I'm a
real. Like
doc.
Twitter's not real. I know exactly what he's talking about. And AOL was not real. I know
It's
exactly
real in
what
some
he's talking about.
sense. I mean,
Yeah, it's real in some
doobly-doo.com's not.
sense.
It's not real in a different sense because I can't even go to it.
Right. But it's not losing that other sense. That's important.
Well, I don't have any wisdom. I just have ideas, and then I share them, and then I see how people respond to them. But I don't go around
That's TE.
like Hank. I don't know what the dude. Like, you're free to do whatever you want. Like, honestly, like my brother's a little bit like you, Hank. Like, he's free to do whatever he wants to. Like, even as dumb as the shit that he does. Like, I'm just like, fuck, I
Is
can't
this
help it. You know
panel
what I mean?
over,
Like,
brother?
I
We
have
have
tried
Patty.
so hard to help stupid people, myself included, and bro, it's just like, I don't know, man.
Brown, how old are you, Lanza? Crowd wants
I'm 70.
70. Freak. He's a youngin. Yeah, which one of you are older, do you think? You don't have to say your ages, but it's hard to tell. It really is. just subjectively, psychologically, Lanza seems like he might be the older one,
I think
just
he's older than me.
just from wisdom and experience. Not that you don't have any. It's like I said, subjective.
What? I stopped reading like comic book. Like, dude, like Hank. Half the time, Hank dresses like the Joker from Batman, like the old one.
Oh, the
And
Milton
like, and
Berle one.
I'm supposed to sit here and pretend like,
Not Milton
it's
Berle.
not weird at all that a billionaire keeps an orphan underage boy in his lair, and he dresses up in tights. Bro, I'm just telling you, man. Like, yo, like even like, I don't know, man. I don't know what people are gonna do.
But I do now because I've been doing my research.
Hank,
Do you know what people he's talking
my
about?
I'll tell you right now, my biggest thing with Hank is one time, and I wanted to explain it to him, but I didn't know how to because I was like, man, like I don't want to sound mean, but like
Suck it
one
to me.
one time we were talking about cell phones, and
I
I
see where
said,
I see what it
and
is.
you were like kind of like saying like, oh, like you didn't like understand that radiation is horrific for your cells, and that's how I saw it. So I tried to say, hey, Hank, you're like, yeah, I don't give a shit. The cell phone works or whatever. And I was like, yeah, dude, but like if you could see the amount of what is it, radiant energy and ELF waves that are going through your body, and you're like, what are you talking about? It goes to the cell phone. And I'm like, you think it just goes to the cell phone?
Well,
Like it's
it
not
goes through.
everywhere? And
No,
you were
it
like,
goes.
yeah. You were like, no. You were like, yeah, dude. It doesn't go through your body, pretty much. I was like, what
I
the
never
fuck is
didn't
wrong
say
with?
it doesn't go to your body. In fact, I would say the opposite. It does go
Yeah,
to
but
your body.
you shoot it off. You shoot it off as if it was like nothing. I was like, does this motherfucker work for the United Nations or some shit? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, okay. Here's the deal. You need to understand that all of the electromagnetic spectrum is technically radiation. Like this light that's making me kind of helping people see me better. That's also
You at
radiation.
all.
So matters is the bands and what and if that and how powerful the source is to see if it will actually hurt your cells.
Well, I don't think Tesla said that, but okay.
Well, at least they were
Ask
both
Chuck.
trying to use science.
Yeah, ask Chuck about it. He'll tell you.
Remind me next time he's on. I will.
Yeah,
'Cause
he'll tell you. It seems
All
like
right.
it's a kind of
It sounds like you guys might
Okay.
be wrapping up. Maybe not, but I'm super tired, and I'm out of insults. I'm out of like good ideas right now. So,
well, homie, it's been
dude, dude, thank you for having me, and let's have some non-LARPing discussions. There are some LARPers out here, those failed American actors. If I had to bet my life, it's Tarek. Okay, but like,
Me too. I would
like,
bet. I would bet
like,
Tarek
bro,
as
he
like,
well.
is
dude, like,
so not on my radar.
I have
We don't really
never,
at
like,
all.
like, I guarantee you in the future there's going to be a Tarek fucking Karen Walmart video. I guarantee it.
You know, Browns boy. Do you want me to do a video on Tarek so we can, so we can know what he's still up to? I'll research him.
Browns
No,
boy
no,
has enormous potential. I think Browns boy is amazing.
I live real close to Tarek, bro. I've probably seen Tarek before. I've seen.
Well, there's a lot of guys with shaved heads though. So
Yeah. Whatever, dude.
Well, thank you, Lanza, homie. It's been great.
All right, later.
Yeah, anytime you want to come on and have this
Yeah, I'll come up
conversation,
with some stuff, when I can, man. Like I said, it's the organization. Obviously I have points. It's like putting them in order where I don't feel like idiotic presenting them or something.
and sometimes if you have another person to bounce that off, it can help too.
I have a question before you leave. Do you know your MBTI type, Browns boy, or your Enneagram? Either one.
No, I don't know. I mean, you told me, but I don't think it. I don't know if you knew what you were talking about or anything. So
You don't know? You don't think I know what an MBTI type or an Enneagram is, or?
I don't think. I mean, I think there's a chance, like any other human being on the planet, there's a chance for error. I mean, what are you saying? You're perfect?
I'm asking if you know yours.
No,
He doesn't.
Okay.
it's the one that's gonna fucking come up with some ideas and not be a bitch, whatever that one is.
So I think I know yours, though. You don't know yours. I think I do know yours.
He's hard to type to me because
INTP.
he's so balanced in all of them. I could see him as I or E. I could see him probably more on the inside, but there's a strong S. I could see him as both T and F, but probably slightly leaning toward T. And I can see him balanced between the J and the P too. So he's really hard to find one tendency in one direction or the other.
I think he's INTP. He could be INFP, but I think he's INTP.
Not ENTP
No.
or ENTJ. You have him
No.
more I than E.
Yeah, definitely I.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean,
we're talking about you, Lanza. That's our analysis.
Yeah, I think it's INTP, but possibly INFP, but I'm leaning INTP.
It's the Myers-Briggs test.
And that an Enneagram type 6. No, 4. Type 4. Enneagram type 4.
If you look it up online, there's lots of different sites, and you can take there's tests you could take, and you end up with 4 letters, and then there's function stacks. But most people know it as introversion, extroversion, and then some other letters after that.
But yeah, my guess right now is INTP type 4. And
I don't even know the types.
Enneagram's a different thing. So you don't know the
the Enneagram types. Yeah, I didn't know the MBTI types.
Yeah, there's no ENTI.
For Enneagram 4.
Yeah, Enneagram 4, MBTI, INTP. That's
what is the 4? What's the title?
Let me check real quick.
The individualist. Oh, yeah, probably so.
Yeah, individualist.
Yeah, maybe the Bohemian, a 5-wing. Myers-Briggs. You should Google it. It's it was this lady and I think her daughter, but they were building on some of the work that Carl Jung was doing on introversion and extroversion. And Carl Jung had 4 functions: thinking, feeling, sensing, and intuition.
Yes.
And then they could either be directed in an introverted or extroverted way.
Yeah.
So it kind of built on that, Carl Jung's work on the psychological functions. And then they refined it into 16 personality types. And if you know your personality type, you have a general sense of what some of your tendencies are, how you might differ from others that have different types, how you might be compatible with people of certain types, etc. It's pop psychology. But some people find it interesting to play around with.
Yeah, I find it interesting. I like having people in boxes so I can predict what they're gonna do. It's not certain, but I can. It gives me a better guess. Yes, it gives me a better guess of what they're gonna do, or I could group them together and talk to them the same way in general. But I need a stronger system, but I'm working on it. That's why
have you looked at socionics? Is that the Russian one?
Yes, I need to look more into socionics. Pretty much I use like the extended MBTI that's socionics under the cover.
There's also spiral dynamics and Ken Wilber's quadrant theory, which you might be able to tie into personality theory.
Oh, I need to look that up.
And there's also Dabrowski, which is the one I use. It's not a type system, but it has personality categories to it.
How do you spell Dabrowski?
I'll put in the chat DABR. It's actually better to Google positive disintegration because that's the theory that he's known for, or TPD. He was a Polish guy.
Yeah, I found positive disintegration. Yep, I found it. Dabrowski's theory of positive disintegration in psychology.
But you know where he ties in. You know how the Enneagram has the levels where if you're under stress, you're at one end, and if you're growing and developing. It describes the higher levels.
Yes.
Dabrowski is a level system, so it's kind of where you are in your development.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much what I'm looking for because I wanted to know what people's loops are. If I know what people's loops are, I kind of know what environment they'll be best in because I guess the best environment relies on your loops. I still need to test the hypothesis still, but that's what I get from an intuitive sense. Like I've been in logistics for like 6 years, but the reason why I'm not leaving it so quickly is because I like being organized, and I like that it's you don't have to debate whether you got the boxes in the right spot or not. You can just look at them. Unlike tech, where you can hide stuff wherever, and if you're not near someone competent, they won't understand what's going on, and you'll get blamed for something you have no control over, no responsibility or authority over. So
You like
it's
the
clear.
closure of it.
Yes, I like the closure. I can go without the closure, but I really do appreciate the closure.
Are you running mad scientist experiments on all of us while you're hanging out on these panels, collecting data, doing research?
Well, not yet because I don't have a good enough model. I'm just collecting so I can build a model first. Then I'll go to the mad scientist
Oh Lord,
experiments after that.
I'm worried about that model if it's based on all of us.
I didn't build it yet, so maybe I'll just give you input. That way you don't have to worry about it. You guys fix it so it doesn't not threat to you.
Well, I guess I'm glad we could be of help.
Thank you, Jeff.
Um, he'd probably like to be. Who knows? I think he's his own CIA. He's like a one-man alphabet department of his own.
I'm a Discordian. So we
Yeah.
all have cabals. So,
Yeah.
but hey, U.S. government, you have my number. If you want to pay me to investigate something, you know how to reach out to me.
And this is an entertainment channel. We have so much fun on here, laughing and joking around all day. Thanks for watching, everybody. Remember to like and subscribe, or at least subscribe and tell your friends, because we're getting close.
the
We
fight
really
for
are. We're
500.
like 100 and something away, and so if we could just get to that 500, that will open up so many doors, or at least a few more doors.
500 mortal plan.
Here,
Please subscribe.
I'll throw my cash app. I'm really bad at self promotion, but it's Gen X Jeff number 2. Make sure you put the 2 or it'll go to somebody else.
The bad Gen X Jeff, the evil saying this.
Yes, it'll go to the good one, and we don't want that. I put way too much work in being bad. Actually, it's not really work at all.
Not really. Not for me.
So what you got going today? You going to other panels?
I'm gonna check in on Talcop. I want to wash myself up and change my clothes. So
That
I can do that. Then I'm probably gonna pop into Talcop and see what he's done.
I highly support that. Oh, iFi is on. Here, I'm gonna send y'all over to iFi. See what's going on there. Here.
Oh, that's interesting.
He's probably streaming somebody else. Oh, let's see. Joe Cool. Oh, Brown's boy is over there. So yeah, he had good.
What a surprise!
There you go. There's another channel if you need more Panelverse for a while, and I might be back tonight. If not, tomorrow for sure. And hanging out on the Discord later if anybody wants to watch anything or game. But we're still recruiting for our D&D game or whatever role-playing game, so get with me or Moose if you want to be part of that. And I guess I'll talk to you later. Hank, have a great one.
You too, Jeff.
Appreciate your stopping by. Okie doke. I very much enjoyed that. that was the most fun I've had in a while. Thanks a lot, everybody. I really appreciate it. I'll keep being here, so I hope you keep coming back. And take care. Thanks.